Everybody, and welcome back to Tales from the Archives Reverie. Man, I've missed you. It feels like it's been a long time. You look great. I'm so happy to be back. Let's start the way we always do with some introductions. Hello, I'm James. I'm your archivist and game master for the evening, general terrorizer of gay people on this specific Twitch channel. You can find me some places at TTRPGay, other places at Nice One James. It's like a little plot scavenger hunt. You're welcome. You can Twitter, or if you follow the lovely people there on Twitter, you can get some updates. But it's going to be a really, really, really fun game, and I hope you can come. And we're raising money for Project Hope. And you can also find me just kind of doing my best not to cough directly into the microphone. Please bear with me today. Most of our cast is somewhere in between, at the end, or at the beginning of an illness. So we're all going to be in it together today, and it's going to be fun. And that's me. Let's pass it on over to Sweet.
Hello. Sorry for the panic, guys. I was not looking for my Camille D&D Beyond sheet because I had it up. I'm ready to go. I'm Sweet. You can find me at _Sweet Stories most places. You might have to spice it up a little bit for other places, but don't even bother because I'm not active on those places. Anyways, happy to be here. Ready to play. Let me start friends. Hi, Stella Bear. Okay, that's all.
Amazing. Thank you so much. And from there, we'll move on over to my good friend Mara.
Hello, you can find me shoveling the last bite of a cosmic brownie.
Sorry,
in my
I'm
mouth.
timing them all really badly today.
You're doing
I'm so
really
sorry
good.
about
No,
that,
I love
friends.
it.
What we're doing here.
It wasn't even. It was an off. I should confess, it was an off-brand cosmic. It was an Aldi brand cosmic brownie. They're not as good. So I'm sorry if you just bought some and then were disappointed like me. You can find me on the internet at Lore Dropout or College of Lore Dropout. Good luck finding which. You can also find me playing some Star Wars 2E over on Dungeon Scrollers. All episodes of our mini series are out now. I played a little Irish robot named Two Pint who did graffiti, and he is very dear to me, and you should go check out Dungeon Scrollers because they're pretty sick, and Star Wars is great. I don't know if you've heard of Star Wars. You should check it out. That's me.
Sounds really underground.
Yeah, super niche.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll move on from there to my good friend Grace, and her best friend, who I'm so excited is here to guest star in today's episode of Reverie.
This is Stella. She'll be playing Ambrose today.
Real.
This is him. No, my name's Grace, and you can find me mostly on twitter.com, LMAO Grace with 2 E's. And you can find Stella down here today because she would not leave Duncan alone and kept trying to bite his face off. So she has to stay down here in the dungeon with me, with the dragons. But she's just a girl at the end of the day. So, yeah. And I'm very excited to be here today. I'm very excited. And I think we're going to win the game today. So, that's my
It's true.
prediction.
I have it in my notion. Let them win.
Yeah.
So
see?
it's real and true.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. We'll move on from there to my good friend Diana.
Hi guys, I'm Diana. You can find me most places on the internet at Sapphic Stregonona or just Sapphic Strega. You can also find me also taking part in this very strange underground game of a Star War over with Mara on Dungeon Scrollers, where I basically spent the whole time, number one, putting 2 Point directly into my pocket because I love them so much, but also just being a jacked lesbian farmhand, and who doesn't want to see that? So go check it out if you have the chance. It was just a really fun, cool story, and I'm super proud to have been part of it. That's all. And also get your updated COVID vaccinations, kids. 'Tis the season. Wear that mask. The CDC said to put them back on. So that's my public service announcement for the day.
That is an excellent one. I was also going to give it in the announcement, so thank you for saying it so that I don't have to try not to cough through it. So I really appreciate that. Shaking
There
your
you
hand.
go.
Thank
And
you so
I'm going
much.
to turn my mic off, and I'm going to cough.
We'll just take turns. I think that'll be really fun. And last but not least, my good friend Jess.
Hi folks, I'm Jess. You can find me pretty much everywhere on the internet at Seriously. And I don't have a bit today. I'm on my period. Don't expect anything from me.
That's real. Incredible. Also, just double checking. I know we had a couple little technical issues because it's Starlight Tales and we have to legally per stream or we get banned from Twitch. So if anything was missed, if at any point that happens again, please feel free to put it in the chat. Yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Amazing. Also, our wonderful good friend of the channel, VJ, is stream producing today. Everyone tell VJ they're doing a wonderful fucking job because he is, and we love him, and we're so glad that they're here. Incredible. Let's, I think, if we don't have anything else to do, wait, I do announcements before. It feels like a long time since I've done this and my brain short-circuited. That's okay. Let's do some announcements. We'll put the break screen on hold. As always, be sure to follow us on our social media. You can find us on Twitter, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok. We're always at Starlight Tales, or more commonly Starlight Tales _ because people just keep taking the @ and that's okay. But someday it will be mine. We specifically on Twitter or X, we'll every week we post our updated programming. It's a really good place to kind of like keep a hand on the pulse of exactly what we're doing coming up. But we post really fun content on our other social media too, and we'd love to have you there. We also have a Discord server, so if you want to come in and tell all of the cast they did a wonderful job today or yell at me for crimes, it's a very fun place to be. Lastly, we also have a Patreon if you've got a couple extra pennies in your pocket this holiday season or past. It's a great time over there. We just posted an Ambrose playlist that, like, not to toot my own horn, is very good and very fun. But every month we post exclusive content from live streams to chapters from Rose and Tennant, Pirate AU. It's a really good time. So if you can be there, we'd love to have you. And if not, that's okay too. Thanks so much for being here. If also this holiday season you're looking to buy a little gift for yourself or others by way of TTRPG dice or dice accessories, head over to Die Hard Dice. They're really nice people. They've got beautiful stuff. And if you put code Starlight10 in at checkout, you'll get 10% off your order. My Reverie DM set is from Die Hard Dice, and it's very pretty, and it rolls pretty good. I'm not saying they're weighted dice. I'm just saying they're lucky. And they're good and they're pretty. And what more could you possibly want? We also have merch. We all on Starlight Tales love to talk about how every cold season it is the season for the crew neck hoodie that we all love, and for myself at least would like to be buried in because it's so comfortable. But we have a lot of other fun stuff over there, and I don't know, maybe we'll have more at some point. Wink. So you should keep an eye on that because it's cozy and comfy and cute. Also, just if you're looking at the layer here and you're like, man, that's some really beautiful art, and I would love to have some for myself. I have great news for you. Jess and TT's commissions are open. We love them very much, and they're very talented artists, and it's worth every penny if they have all my bank account because it's great art, and I wouldn't blame you. Also, programming update. Just for you as a special holiday treat, we're going to have Reverie next week, too. 2 weeks in a row of gay fae content just for you because we love you. And I think that's all I have to say in the announcements. Did I miss anything? I kind of blacked out and word vomited, so. Okay. Then without further ado, and this time I do mean it, let's all settle in for tonight's Tales from the Archives. Welcome back, everyone. Let's talk a little bit about the last episode of Reverie. So, the last time we caught up with our curious courtiers, they had tucked themselves away on the farm of Lark's childhood neighbor. That made sense. It didn't make sense grammatically in my head, but that makes sense. Lark's childhood best friend's farm. In order to plan away from prying eyes and ears. Shortly after, however, the future queen of Everglen and wife to Lark, Aelia, showed up, having been informed by Lieutenant Virion that her husband had sprung the person who'd broken into their quarters from jail and was currently toting them around like a baby on a leash. Our group had not been reunited for long, however, when something on the horizon flashed bright blue. The shockwave of it left our party reeling, a fierce wind with the feeling that something had gone terribly wrong overwhelming them. But as soon as it started, the feeling was gone. Worried, our party rushed back to the Monarch estate and found everything eerily calm. But further investigation revealed that something had indeed changed. Their dear friend Oliver Treeborn was nowhere to be found. Determined to find more answers, some of our party went to Oliver's rooms, only to find them empty without a trace that he'd ever been there. Even Tavia Tide seemed to have no memory of the bard, as if the world had changed for everyone but the members of our party in the blink of an eye. Elise and Luca, however, went looking in the royal archives. And while Elise began her search for something that might help the situation, Luca found herself slipping into a dream and stepping into a peaceful glade at the center of a darkened forest. Faced with the dreamer for the first time, Luca did not find herself caught in a nightmare like Lark, but in a moment of peace, and finding some long-sought answers of her own. The dreamer revealed that Luca's parents were there with them, locked away with the rest of the dreaming. Luca also learned the truth of Oliver's disappearance. The dreamer had offered him everything they'd ever wanted, and he'd accepted, on the condition that the people he loved did not forget him. As the dream faded and conversation waned, Luca promised to help the dreamer, and in return found herself able to manipulate the reality around her, catching a glimpse of her parents in memory and shadow for the first time since she was a child. We pick up there, in the archives, with Luca still lingering in the last moments of her dream, tucked just out of sight in the stacks. But instead of checking in with Luca, we find Elise. What are you up to in here?
Elise is going to wait for just a second until Luca is out of sight, and then is going to pull out a necklace that's always hidden under her very high collar, and pull it out. And on the end is a key, and Elise is just going to give a quick glance around, make sure no one's looking, and then is just going to stick the key into seemingly thin air, and is going to say, Threadweaver, and then is going to turn the key and open a door.
Yeah, absolutely. So just like the day before when you use this, you stick this key into thin air, and almost forming around it, these swirling arches of blue arcane magic form a door from the keyhole out and upwards. And as they form this door, and once it's like fully a door and not just kind of magic forming in front of you, you can feel it kind of like solidify with just a small thump that makes all the magic in the area like crackle a little bit, and the door creaks open just a little bit.
Right. Go in, give the door frame a little pat as I go in, and close the door behind me. Start digging around.
Absolutely. So I think when you like step through this door, where before you stepped into what looked like just this like endless arcane archive, you find yourself stepping into, it's sort of like a hazy surrounding, but it almost looks like the way that the dreaming to you when you were in it looked like you could feel that it was constructed of some kind of magic. This feels not like dreaming magic, but kind of the same, and that you step into this sort of like softly lit cavern with these like dancing kind of blue and green lights that like refract off of the walls and send shadows dancing. And you can feel that this is not like a real place or not a place that you are like actually in, and it is made entirely of magic. But the detail of it kind of gives you this feeling that it was real once, or that it is real somewhere. And as you kind of like step through, there is this like distant sound of like crashing waves against rock, not next to you, like distant enough. You get the sense that you are deep underground, wherever you are, but not so deep underground that like life is not accessible to you. And as you kind of like progress through this cavern, I think eventually what you come to is this sort of like rudimentary weapon stand. Like you see a place where perhaps like a sword or a bow or something similar may have at one point been placed. And in the area around it, there is just pure crystal in the cavern around you. And it like catches in the light in a way that is almost like hard to look away from. Like just kind of rainbows refracting back and forth off of this blue and green light that almost feels like alive to you in some way. And kind of laying on the floor in front of this weapon rack, there is a very old, very worn and weathered looking book. And the book is called Artifacts of the Expanse.
Picking that shit right up.
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
flipping through to the index.
The minute you pick it up and hold it in your hands, it opens on its own and it flips past pages and pages and pages, and it kind of falls open to this place in the middle with like a dog-eared page, just slightly. Like you can see that this is like a line of someone who's folded and unfolded it 100 times, almost as if this subject has been researched 100 times. And you get this sort of like, I think you expect to see like a sketch of one item, but you actually see a sketch of 3 items in this like carefully, clearly hand-painted watercolor. You see what looks like a rapier with a thin blade and just this kind of beautiful, ornate gold and like ivory hilt. You see a bow of the same, a long bow. And then sorry, give me 1 second. I have to double check what the last one is because my brain suddenly has short circuited. There she is. And the last you see is like this huge, beautiful staff, like an arcane staff, with these sort of like runes and what looks to be magic, like encircling from the bottom up. And the farther down, like at the base of it goes, it's a little bit almost like charred, it looks. And you see there is a point on each of these weapons that has that same sort of like, you don't know what it is. I think the closest thing that it like reminds you of is like tree rot a little bit, just that sort of like really dark kind of, it looks like if a weapon could be injured almost, it looks like that to you. And there is an entry here. It looks handwritten. You don't recognize the handwriting now. And at the top it says Threadweaver, Weapon of the Gods. And there is an entry beneath that essentially states in very clear, if very flowery language, that many people believe Threadweaver was the weapon that was used by the goddess of life and rebirth herself, Venedra, in the very first battle against Sunder, or the god we now know as Sunder. And that there's a lot of kind of like rumors of what Threadweaver does, but there are mentions of like the ability to snip a silver cord and revoke the gift of life in an instant, in a hit. There is also like sort of a nod to an ability to like put that life somewhere else, in the way that like, just as in the world, all things balance, like all life that leaves returns in some way. It is the same, where whatever life is taken, it apparently has the power to like give life or like a gift to someone of equal measure. And then also underneath that, it lists an ability that's, the language here is a little bit hazier. You get the sense that maybe like the parameters of this specific artifact are hazier, almost as if it has almost never been used or witnessed. But it lists the ability to alter the reality of the world around you, to alter the events of the past and the events of the future, to, just as Venedra can, to reach into the very threads of the future and change them, and change the order of them so that the end result looks different. And I think what you kind of get from this sort of like history entry is that this ability, as far as anyone knows, has only been used once, and that was by Venedra in that fight against Sunder to save the day, essentially. And that doing so comes with some kind of sacrifice, not detailed what it is, but that the sacrifice itself is why this weapon is no longer used by Venedra and was discarded by them. And I think there is an entry at the bottom, at the very, very bottom, in a hand that is different from the rest of it that almost looks like your own. And it says, it's like a list of names that I think you don't recognize very many up until a certain point where it says, it's a fairly decent list of names, but it begins with Venedra, Lady of Whispers. And then like a couple lines down, it says Dame Wisteria, Violet Knight of the Dreaming Queen. It says Viscount Alexander Canterbury, King Ambrose of the Oaks. Or excuse me, that was out of order. No, it's not. And then it says Dame Wisteria once again. And that is the last entry in this list.
Okay. Nothing to worry about there.
Not even a little bit. Is there anything else that you are hoping to find about Threadweaver in this sort of entry or area?
I think Elise is just going to kind of unbutton and like pull up her sleeve a little bit and would love to like write the names
Sure.
like on her arm.
Absolutely.
So she can use it and kind of button that back up so no one can see. And right, you said that like this feels like a place underground. It feels like a place that really existed or might still exist somewhere. Can I make some kind of check to see if I could get any idea if this is in Everglen, if this is someplace I might be familiar with, anything like that?
What kind of check would you like to make?
Great question, oh benevolent DM who is so kind and lovely. Maybe like a history check? Just like, have I...
Sure.
You know. Okay. That is a 16.
A 16. I think, kind of looking around in this cavern, like, you don't recognize the crystal or the rock here as, like, anything that you've seen on Everglen necessarily, but I think there's, like, in sort of, like, standing in this space of pure magic that was created to give you answers. I think kind of the feeling that you get from the magic around you is that this is a place that nobody has been for a very long time, maybe because it doesn't exist anymore, but it was a place that was created to house this weapon.
Got it.
And I think also as you're kind of holding this book, you see like forming again in almost your own hand, where it says that like Threadweaver has only been used once in history. I think you watch as a strike through goes through the once, and underneath it's written twice.
Okay. Great. And I assume, but I just want to clarify, the implication that the rapier, longbow, and big staff, Threadweaver can appear as any of those three is the vibe that I'm getting? Okay. With the longbow, are there any, is it just a bow, or are there like a quill of arrows? Like,
you don't see a thing of arrows. I think there is an arrow knocked in the bow. Yeah.
Not arrow. I think that's everything then. I'm just gonna make a mental note of the handwriting that doesn't look like mine.
Sure.
Just in case so I can look and see if there's any other archives where I like might recognize the handwriting later.
Absolutely.
But I think that's everything that Elise is going to do right now.
Incredible. Yeah. As you kind of like turn and begin walking back through the door, you can almost feel, and if you turn and look, you can see this as well, you can almost watch as like the pieces of this cavern break apart behind you. Like you take a step and the ground behind you cracks. and falls and breaks into just sort of nothingness, and all that is left behind is like galaxy and starlight. Almost as if this place was created for a purpose that it no longer is able to serve, and so there is no point in its own existence. And it was only here now for you, and now that you're leaving, there's nothing left of it. Not in a way that makes you feel like you're gonna fall backwards, but just like the crystal kind of breaks and shatters behind you. And yeah, you can step back through the door, and as you do, it shuts, and the magic, in perfect reverse order of the way it formed, kind of unwrites itself until the key is just left in your hand.
Tuck it back in to my dress, make sure the chain is not visible.
Sure.
Kind of press my hair back into the perfect bun, even though there's no way even one
Sure.
hair got out of that bun. I'm pressing it in just to be sure. And then I'm gonna go find Luca.
I think you take about 4 steps before you register the smell of lavender and how quiet it is in these archives.
Shit. I start walking so fast. My little
Yeah.
bitty heels are clicking.
Sure. You walk through the stacks and you kind of like make it to the end and around a corner, and you see Luca there, hand kind of like up towards the bookshelf as if she was trying to grab a book but froze halfway through, and just kind of like pouring from the air underneath her is just this sort of like lavender fog. And you see Luca's holding perfectly still, doesn't look distressed, looks okay, but is like caught in time almost. The smell of lavender is like overpowering here.
First thing Elise is going to do is quick look around and make sure no one is seeing this.
Make a perception check.
Okay, that was good. That's an 18 plus 7 for 25?
25. I think what you see in this moment, like, you look around, you're in a different room from Herb. He's not there. And I think, like, as you're kind of looking around, you don't see a person, you don't hear footsteps, but I think because a 25 is a very, very good roll, you kind of turn and look behind you, and just sort of, like, darting out of sight from the door into your, like, into the archives, you see a very, very, very small mouse-like figure, like, disappear. Like, almost right as you're looking, he's already moving, and he's gone.
I'll deal with you later. And I'm gonna go and I'm gonna just very gently touch like Luca on the shoulder. And just kind of start going, Luca, it is time to wake up, please.
Yeah.
Quickly.
Luca, as you are kind of walking back from this glade and back to this door that you walked through, you begin to hear Elise's voice kind of echo amongst the trees around you.
I think she's gonna follow it out.
Yeah, absolutely. Very easily done. The door that had formed was still there, and you are able to step through. And Elise, you see Luca kind of like take in a breath, and then she's very clearly back, and the mist is gone.
Holy shit!
What? My office right now. Come, quick.
Am I in trouble or something? Because I didn't do that.
No,
I didn't touch any of your stuff. I swear.
No, I have no doubt you did, but
Okay.
I don't want anyone to see what I just saw. So let's get into my office, please, and have a quick discussion about what the fuck is going on. Let's go.
Okay. You know what's going on?
I don't know. Let's go.
Okay.
Usher into the office, like slam the door behind.
Sure.
Herb, are you in here?
Yeah. From underneath,
Luca.
like the little teacup.
Luca, Herb, Luca.
Aw.
Herb.
Nice
Oh my
to meet
God.
you. They
I
just
didn't know
like
you had a
2 little eyes
hamster.
and then way too big ears kind of pop out, wearing a little like handmade leather vest, the little bow tie.
You're so cute. Oh my.
Oh, that you?
Elise, I didn't know
Very
you
nice of
liked
you to say.
pets. I didn't know you were.
I'm actually just like a fully formed young man. I'm not really a
Yeah.
pet.
Yes,
Okay.
I told you this is my
Your
new accountant.
employee? Okay.
Yes. Which actually,
Alright.
would you mind, it's your break. Go on break. It's important to take
Oh,
breaks during the day.
I was taking a nap, so I was kind of on
Oh.
break.
Sorry, sorry, I
Oh,
just
it's okay.
assumed because you were in my office. What currency do you use?
Gold. The image
know,
of
the-
several mice desperately pushing one gold piece into a
Right.
bag comes back
Right.
to you.
Go, you know what? Bonus gift, for a new hire. Go open the tab. It's hole in the wall. You all go to party at.
Really?
Yes. Go open the tab in my name, and I will settle it whenever.
Okay. Yeah. Do you want anything? I can bring something back if you want.
I want to
something.
go.
No, but we're fine. Thank you.
Okay. Well, I'll
Right.
just be there. I think my family's there. So I'll just come back.
You have a
Yes.
whole family. A whole family
Yeah.
of
I
hamsters.
can't overstate that. I'm just like a guy.
It's also
Oh
not a
my
hamster.
God.
But okay.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'll get out of your hair. And you
No.
see, like, kind of climbs out of this teacup and begins painstakingly climbing down this desk as if it is Mount Everest. This is moving snail's pace.
Do you
This
want
man
help?
has got looks over his shoulder at you. I mean, I wouldn't want to like put you out or anything.
No, it's okay. It's okay. It's just gonna reach over and help, like, very gently put him
Yeah.
down.
You kind of put him down, and you see he gives you like a little salute, almost. He goes, "Thank you. It was really nice to meet you."
It was nice to meet you too.
All right. Well, I'm gonna go.
Okay. Yeah, we'll catch up later though. I would love to talk about
Okay.
your life.
I would. You see, he kind of like blushes a little bit, like his little cheeks turn pink, and he kind of like straightens his little vest. Okay. Well, I'll see you around then.
Okay. Yeah.
Kind of gives you a little nod, Elise, and just very like happily, slowly, because it's still a big room. We'll walk out of the room a moment later and disappear, and you guys are alone in here.
Are you okay, Luca?
Yeah. I mean, no, but I could be worse, you know? So,
Fair, yeah. Tell me what happened. If you want. I saw you
yeah.
frozen
Okay,
and
but
smelled, and I want to make sure you're okay. So if
I smelled?
there was a smell of lavender, you not like stink, like it was just a distinct
Okay.
smell in the room of like lavender. So I want to make sure you're okay.
Yeah, okay. Well, if I tell you, you cannot tell anyone. You really can't because this is supposed to be a big secret. And I really feel like I'm not supposed to tell because they told me that it's up to my discretion, but also that was really crazy.
Luca, I promise you, whatever you say is not going to leave this room. And I think as you're like looking at Elise being so earnest right now, I think you notice that like her hair is like the bright like orange that's like a sunrise orange, and the super dark like dusky purple are like kind of warring around her head for like where the dominance is, and like the morning glories in her hair, like some of them are starting to open and others of them are starting to close.
Can I insight check on Elise?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see. See, I'm getting better at this insight checking. Yeah. That's a 22.
That's a 6 for persuasion.
Oh. Slay. I think she's trying to understand like Elise's motives here because it feels like Elise kind of knows what's going on with her
Yeah, I think
out of the
as you're
blue.
looking at Elise, like it is very clear Elise knows more about what is happening than lets on, and is now desperately trying to get some more clues and help you, because I think you can also see there's like panic that like about this situation happening to you.
Okay. Elise, it really wasn't bad. And okay, what happened was I had a little bit of a dream, like a real dream, the one that everyone talks about,
Sure. Yes.
And everyone says it's like a bad thing and it's really scary and horrible things happen, but it was great. And really, I feel refreshed. I don't even feel like sick or anything, and I don't feel like I'm gonna walk off the face of the planet, So,
Yes.
but maybe that'll come. Maybe I'm making it all up. I really don't know. But I mean, I was reaching for. I was looking at your books because they're really pretty, and then I got taken into nowhere land, I guess. But this really nice voice was talking to me, and they told me that they'd been following me around my whole life, which again, it does sound a little bit weird, but I really wasn't scared, and their intentions sounded good. And the only thing bad about it was that they said she starts just rambling everything that happened. Luca wants to be a mysterious girl so bad, and will never be her. And and they said that Ambrose is like not good, and I know that they're not good because they're like a boss. Bosses are never wonderful, but I had good, high hopes, and it pays me, but honestly, they're not a good dad to Lark. And from what it sounds like from this person, it sounds like they're doing bad things to people who have dreams. So, Elise, what if I get fired? What if I get expelled from Everglen? Where am I gonna go?
I'm just gonna wrap Luca into a hug. Just like is the only way you are ever leaving Everglen is if and when you want to. I promise you, I'm going to do. You're going to be fine. Look at me, kind of like
Are you sure?
push Luca back and like you're going to be fine.
What if I have to be a pirate on that ship and I have to, not take a shower for a few days and then I get locked in prison?
I will
and
never
get turned
let
into
you
a
get
goat.
Stinky. I will never let you get stinky, be locked in prison, or turn into a goat, or a combination of the three.
Okay, sorry. I'm kind of all over the place right now because it really was a lot and I'm taking it serious.
Yeah.
It's just overwhelming.
No. Yes.
And so, I saw a lot of things but it's fine. Okay. That's what happened.
Okay.
Thanks for listening to me. You're so good to me all the time.
What? We're going to figure this out, and if you don't want to dream again, I will find a way to I will tear apart any library to make sure that you
No,
don't.
don't tear apart that. I honest, Elise, I told you I didn't mind it. Like, it wasn't bad.
That
It
is
was
kind of what
nice.
worries me a little bit, but it's fine.
Oh, is that like a bad? Do you think they're actually like
I don't know.
lying to me? I didn't feel like they were.
Well, I'm not saying this to alarm you. I'm just saying that
Okay.
sometimes people who dream and then they go and we don't know why, and maybe it's because it is so nice. I don't know. So I don't want you to get too attached, but you are in a healthy place, and I think you should keep this is a good emotional state for you to be in, a little confused and a little afraid, but a little comfortable. I think that's good. I think you are
That's
very
good.
emotionally healthy in this moment, yes.
You think so? Okay.
I
Me
do.
too. Me
Okay.
too. Okay. I'm trying to remember everything. Oh, they also said that we shouldn't hurt the person we're meeting at the tree. And so I feel like we should well, that's the thing. Should we tell other people? Because I don't want them to look at me like I'm crazy, because I'm not crazy, but I feel like we should tell them at least. Maybe not that I had a dream. I'm not good at
Yes,
keeping
no.
secrets about myself.
We can say that I think we shouldn't hurt her. People tend to think that old ladies are just kind of like soft about that stuff, so I can just be like, oh, I'm like a grandmother, don't hurt the young one, and people probably won't question that.
Right. You could be very convincing when you want to be. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Yes.
Okay. Also, Oliver's like gone. Like,
What?
They chose a different course or a different path, I guess. And poof.
Poof.
I'm not explaining this very well. I'm still kind of thinking about everything that's
No.
happened in the past 20 minutes.
No, that is all right. Poof like just goodbye. I'm running away, or poof like poof.
Poof, like, if you could go back to the start of your life and pick a different path, and then it redirected you, and we never met, or something like that. Does that make sense?
Unfortunately, it is making a lot of sense.
But yeah.
We can find the others. I will not say anything that you do not say first to them. I promise you that.
Okay.
I don't know how much you know about the dreaming from before, or what it does to people. So if you ever need to talk, I am here, and we will figure it out together.
Right.
Promise.
Okay. I'm so glad you're here, at least. Don't know what I would do without you.
I don't know what I would do without you either.
You lived a long time without me, so you're like 1,000.
Not quite. Not quite. I'm exactly halfway to 1,000, actually.
500. All right. Not bad.
It feels like 1,000 years, but
You've never dreamed in a half of 1,000 years, then?
there's a lot of things people don't do in half 1,000 years.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, then yeah, we should probably find the others,
Yes.
like, quickly. Maybe they've had a weird dream too, you know?
God, I hope not. But who knows?
Okay.
Yes, we should go find them.
Did you finish your work here? Are you okay to leave now, or?
Yes, I got what I came for. Kind of absently tugged down my sleeve a little bit. So we should go find them, and also I should probably take a nap, because midnight is way past my bedtime.
That's true. You are grumpy
Mhm.
when you are sleep deprived. Okay. Yeah. Where do we know where they are? Like, this is Grace.
I think last you heard they were going to Oliver's chambers, but that was a little while ago.
Okay.
Send them
Also, I will say, across the board, there is just about enough time for a long rest between now and midnight, if that's something that anybody wants. Throwing it out there,
Okay.
because it's pretty early in the evening.
Okay.
And also,
yeah.
most of you don't need a full night of sleep, so which is also very helpful. But
Okay. You're taking a nap. And maybe
Well, I would rather find the group and make sure that everyone is okay than rest up. I've extended myself a little bit, not too much. I just get, as you say, cranky when I am
very cranky.
awake
Okay.
for too long.
No, you get it. Okay. Well, I can message them. I can send them a little, hey, you know.
Yes. And my offer from earlier stands if you want to come and stay with me in my guest room instead of in the castle.
Oh, I
Always
appreciate
welcome.
that. Thanks, Elise. I think she's gonna hug you back, like, really tight around your
Of
shoulders.
course.
And her little wings flap.
Oh. You can meet my cat. He's very nice. No, not a nice cat, but you can meet her and she may tolerate you, and that would be a win for all of us.
That would be a success in my book as well. I am scared of your cat, but it looks really cute. I would try my best at the end of the day.
That is all you can do with Wampus. She is
With Wampet?
Wampus. Because, you know, she's a cat, so she is Cat the Wampus. It is a joke. It's a word joke. 'Cause...
It's very good.
Anyways, thank you.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna make a group chat with all of us.
Okay.
And then so if your phone starts ding or your fantasy, what's the name of it?
Holo transmitter. You got it.
Thank you. If your
Yeah.
holo transmitter starts beeping a lot, I can just turn off the notifications because I feel like
Please,
that might
I'm
overwhelm.
just gonna hand my phone.
Alright.
However you add it to the group, you can just take it.
Okay. Yep.
Please.
And she'll start a little group chat with everyone. And I think she like thinks a minute. I think she sees like Alia's like contact or whatever in there, and it's like
Mhm.
like giggles a little bit before adding Alia into there as well. And it's like, hey everyone, heart emoji. What are you doing? Elise and I are done in the archive library. XO. Send.
Amazing. As you said that, we will check in with the rest of our group. Also, very quickly before we forget, as a reminder to you, Elise, you actually only need 2 hours of trancing and 2 hours of rest on account of the aura of nodding violets. I just wanted to remind you that you can extra get a long rest if you want. Incredible.
Double long
We
rest.
will. Yeah, you got it, brother. So then we will check in with the rest of our group. After you guys left Oliver's, formerly Oliver's rooms, where'd you guys go?
I know Camille broke off
Okay.
on her
Oh, well,
own to go.
We'll stick with Camille then. Where did Camille go?
Yeah, she went to go have a little hot girl cry about it, but I think
Yeah.
as she was walking down the hall, the crying just broke out anyway. So she probably pulled over somewhere to kind of like collect herself together and like pop open her caboodle and like get her makeup and everything all set.
Yeah.
And I think she's thinking about this dinner as well, where she was supposed to bring a +1, and she's like, oh fuck, oh shit, yes, and she like puts all of her makeup back and like closes down her caboodle. And I think she's gonna go find one of the guards that she has a bit of a close relationship with, if that's all right. I think she's
Yeah.
gonna go find Farah.
Sure. Make me a investigation check unless you think in the last 24 hours you have checked in on their like watch shifts.
Okay. I'm gonna investigate. She's been pretty busy with just a worst bad day ever in her brain. So
Sure.
let's see. Investigation. Oh, brain, math, 6,
You got it.
8, 14. That's 14.
14? Yeah, we'll take it. I think pretty easy. So I think you're kind of like walking through the Monarch estate, keeping an eye out. And I think it's kind of easy to notice that like the guards kind of stationed around the estate. Normally, like the later you get, kind of the more green they get in terms of like experience. At the like a lot of the new people get stuck with midnight shift. And I think what you're noticing is the inverse is true today. That's sort of like as it has gotten later, there are more and more guards that you know have been around for a long time. And I think excuse me, kind of following this train of thought as you're walking through, you pass by like the entrance to the Monarch estate itself. Where normally like this time of night, it's like pretty early evening, but even still, like it would kind of be transitioning into, you know, the more new guards. You actually see stationed at the front, and I think kind of hear talking, Lieutenant Virion and Lieutenant Farah, who are the essentially in charge of the Queen's Guard and in charge of Lark's Guard specifically. These are like very, very, very high level guards. I don't think you have ever seen them stationed out here since they achieved that rank. They're kind of on each side of the door, just very casually kind of chatting back and forth very quietly. And you recognize Farah's voice.
I think she takes in everything, like all the shifts that's happening, and her little gossip eyebrow kind of raises a little bit, and she walks over. And Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, you step outside and you see Farah, who right now is dressed and uses they, any pronouns for everyone. You see is dressed in like shining golden armor. Like you see some of the guards kind of slack on their polishing. Varion's is like scuffed but nice. Very clearly Farah takes like very like a lot of time and care into making sure that her armor is perfect. And tonight it is perfect. You see Farah is about 5'10", but has like 6-foot energy. Has this sort of like soft blue skin smattered with golden freckles. Royal purple hair that's in like very tight curls cut into a mullet with shaved sides. Their eyes are like molten gold and they're lined very tightly with black. They have 2 gold horns that curl back against the crown of their head and end upturned, which almost seem to like hum the closer you get. Very broad shoulders, very toned arms. And yeah, armor, beautiful. And I think you can see like today, like he's even kind of holding the helmet underneath one arm, which, you know, most of the guards kind of don't really bother with the helmet. But tonight you see Virion and Farah both have theirs, very well armored, like swords at the sides. They look like prepared for anything. And about half a second before you step through the door and say something, you see Farah's like chin kind of turn towards you, almost as if somehow they knew to expect you, which you know they do, as they are a genasi of time specifically. And you see Virion looks a little more surprised to see you, but Farah turns and looks at you and kind of like regards you very fondly and says, Camille, you know, it's kind of dangerous for you to be walking around this time of night. The way that you are shining, I would worry that the ships on the siren song would run aground thinking you are like a star or a lighthouse or something.
Farah.
Really, you should be careful.
Oh, wow. Well, I see you're all suited up, so maybe you could escort me around the grounds then.
I see. Where are you hoping to be escorted to?
I think she looks over at Zirion and is like, well,
Rion is like, cheeks are a little pink at this and suddenly looks very uncomfortable, but like kind of was like opening his mouth to say hi to you and then registered what was happening and kind of like straightened a little bit in a very formal like guard on watch thing and eyes just fixed forward.
she looks at Zirion and she looks back at Farah and gives a little like a soft smile and goes, actually, I wanted to ask before getting into all of that. You guys are all suited up for something. What's going on? It seems there's a ceremony. I wasn't told about a ceremony because I don't have an outfit ready.
No, nothing in particular. Just with the recent kind of like looks over their shoulder, like into the estate, and like looks back at you and like leans in a little bit. Break in. We are just Virion and I have volunteered to take graveyard shifts until we know what happened. Just to make sure, you know, the best of the best are out front, making sure nothing happens again.
Got it.
So,
Got
no
it.
ceremony, just preparedness and apology.
Well, I mean, I do enjoy seeing you in armor, but does that
Do
mean that you're
you?
going to be? I do. Yeah, you know
Mm.
this. Does that mean that you're not free? You're going to be on
I
duty
mean,
for the evening.
I guess it kind of depends on where you want escorting to and how far away and how long the walk is. I am technically supposed to be on my shift, but I am also a lieutenant, so I could, you see, from kind of behind you, Varian, I could spare the lieutenant for a moment if you needed a word. Still eyes fixed forward.
Perfect. I think Camille like goes ahead and like grabs their arm and puts her little like does it in a way where they have to like, you know, put their arm out for her to walk
Sure,
with them.
yeah.
Yes, I would love that. I actually have a question for you too, as we
Do
walk.
you?
Mhm.
Right, well, this seems like very important royal things
It
that need
is.
attending to. Varian, you will be okay fighting off the intruders for a little while, right? And Varian just kind of, yes, if I'm not, I will go request, please go. And Farah kind of laughs a little bit and just kind of like offers their arm to you. And goes, all right, well, where are we going then? Where would you like escorting to?
back to my quarters, if you don't mind.
I wouldn't mind at all. It would be an honor to do so. And yeah. Sorry, go ahead.
I just wanted to ask you, this might be an awkward question, but
I don't think there is anything awkward between us anymore, Camille.
no. Oh, okay. Well, good. I'm glad that you understand, and I can be candid with you. So, started speaking.
Mm-hmm.
I was in a bad spot with my ex situation, and well, it seems I've been invited tomorrow by my ex to have dinner with her and their new partner. And well, I thought, I know we're not anything official or anything serious, I guess, but I wanted to bring you as a +1 if you wanted to come.
If you would like me there, I would be honored to stand by your side.
Well,
I am
of
here
course
for
I
whatever you
understand.
need
That's
me
why I'm
for.
asking.
Camille, I care about you. So
Oh, I care about you as well.
Thank you.
Yes, I do want you there. That's why I asked you. So yes, I want you there.
Then it would be my honor.
Yeah.
Then it would be my honor to go. And are we going to make amends, or are we perhaps going to kind of show off at how okay and good and beautiful and wonderful that you are without a certain Viscountess?
I want to show that I am okay and beautiful and wonderful, because I am okay, beautiful and wonderful.
This is true. I know this about you.
Thank you. Mhm.
Well, then I will spend. Should I come like in my armor then? Do you think? Like how?
Please. Yes.
Okay.
Ooh, I answered that very quickly. Yes.
No, it's okay. It was good.
Okay.
Sure, I can do that.
Perfect. Well. How long do you have for your break?
Tonight?
Mhm.
Graveyard shift kind of just started. It's a very long shift. But, I am a lieutenant. I can take my break where I need to take my break. Would you like me to take my break?
I would like you to take your break.
Okay. Then I'll take my break.
Okay.
I'm on break.
Perfect.
Perfect.
Yeah. She brings it back to their quarters. Yeah.
Good for you! Good for you! Yeah! Absolutely! Farah takes a long break, and we'll leave it at that. Incredible. Then we will go check in with my good friends, Alia and Lark. What's going on?
I think when Camille kind of splits off from the group, I think
And Tavia. I forgot he's there. But yeah, sorry.
Oh, I didn't forget.
I think Lark kind of stays in all of his quarters, kind of like probably staring by like their desk or like the window, like somewhere like they can picture like Oliver standing or smiling or laughing or joking, and just kind of like has a moment where the loss is kind of like sinking in.
Yeah.
And I think automatically kind of like down by their side, their hand kind of like opens in the way that
Yeah, Alia comes and just takes it and kind of will hold on to their arm and lean her head against their shoulder. Just kind of there.
And then I think realizes that there's like 3 people like breathing in this room, and
a big ass dog.
and
Real.
the dog, and stiffens a little bit. Right, we need to looks up at you. We need to arrange you some quarters. There's a room across the hall. Hold on.
I think you see, as you kind of turn to look at Tavia kind of noticing that this was like a moment, I think you see them like leaning in the doorway to this room, kind of like hands in his pockets, like face turned away. And as you speak, we'll kind of look up, and like there's very clearly an expression of like measuring your expression and kind of the energy in the room and like judging what to say. And then I think with a smile that is like just shy of genuine, kind of goes, really, I thought all three of us were just going to squeeze in the bed.
Sorry.
That's usually reserved for kind of pats the dog's head, that one.
Right.
No. Walks out the room.
Yeah. Tavia very quickly falls into step behind you, not willing to test the boundaries of these rings at this
And
moment.
I'm still holding Alia's hand. I'm not
Mhm.
letting go.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm gonna say there's like an empty room opposite their own quarters.
Yeah.
And I think Locke kind of stands outside it and like twists the ring on their finger around a couple times and says,
Mhm.
all right, I think the distance should have been extended. So you may
Great.
yes.
I think you see Tavia like looks at you, takes like half a step backwards. Okay. If I hit a wall in there, just kind of listen for me scream, I guess.
Sure.
Right. Do you need anything? Feels like kind of a big thing that happened, and I feel I'm like in it, and I don't know what's going on, but I want to be supportive. So
Why?
what do you mean? Why?
It just didn't like exchanges a glance with aliens of like, am I crazy here? Just
No,
supportive
she also kind of has a little bit of like a
doesn't seem your style.
What? Acknowledging other people's emotional vulnerability?
Yes.
Maybe you don't know me as well as you think you do.
I don't think I know you. Fine. No, thank you.
Okay. And I am expected to come to this shindig at midnight. Yeah, I'm assuming.
Yes.
Great. Cool. Then I'll just take a nap, I guess.
Wonderful. Fine.
Cool. All right. Well, it kind of gives you like a very formal nod. Looks at you, Alia. Gives you like a much less enthusiastic nod. Are you gonna call off the points at Handsome, who is still like seated at Tobias' feet, staring straight up at them? And call off the guy, or should I expect someone in my bed tonight?
I think that there's just like a little bit of like an amused like grin that Alia
Mhm.
is trying to kind of push down at just the thought of leaving Handsome with this guy, because God, it'd be funny. But then she'll kind of like whistle and call him back and call him off.
Yeah, Handsome kind of like turns, stops, looks over his shoulder at Tibia, and just like growls for a second, and then we'll like give like a little like the what's the word, like a little chuff, like the little boof like
Yeah.
dogs do, and then we'll turn and trot very happily over to your side, tail wagging, tongue out,
Give
panting.
him scratches and a little treat. He did a good
Yeah,
job.
his little leg starts to kick in as you're
Mhm.
scratching him. Tibia just kind of looks at him. Okay, well, good night, I guess. See you both in a few hours. Nice to meet you. Nods at you, Alia.
Likewise, if you need anything, we'll have a guard stationed outside who can get you anything you need.
Yeah, I'm sure he's here to help me. And we'll kind of just open the door and step back. Little
Locke
salute.
immediately
Shut the door.
like practically runs into their own bedroom.
Yeah,
And
absolutely.
Alia's a couple paces behind, just like, woo! Wow. Yeah. Big personality on that one.
Sorry.
Why are you apologizing?
I don't know. It does seem my fault, though. It was my idea, and I think it's a bad one. But I don't know what to do now.
First of all, I like I said, don't think it was a bad idea. I think it was an interesting idea, and we're still seeing how it unfolds, so it's only in hindsight that we'll know if it was good or bad. But, well, we have our next step, right?
Yes.
And then we'll get there, and we'll figure out the one after it.
Yes.
Are you all right?
I'm not, you don't think I'm like my father, do you?
I think that there's just like a moment of like shock. Larg, with all due respect to your father, the king, and anyone who might be listening right now, if I thought that you were anything like that man, I wouldn't have married you. So no. I think you're very different.
Okay.
Is that something that worries you?
Always. And, I don't know, I think, Oliver, has been around for a long time. And, we've always been close friends. I think somewhat I considered them like a sibling. And I seem to keep losing those.
Oh.
And there's the thing in the dream said things, and Rose was there. And I don't want to be like, I don't want to drive people away.
I understand why you would think that. But what I'm hearing from this story is that something that either knew or could perhaps surmise how you felt used your sister's face to hurt you. Because it was easy, not because it was true.
Some of it was true.
Which parts?
Oh, the parts I don't like to think about. But you, I don't know exactly what Oliver did. I have a feeling it has something to do with this artifact. Leah, you are my best friend, and you could have had a very different life if you did not marry me. And I don't think I would survive this house without you.
Probably not. I am wonderful. But you do have to stop all that talk about the life that I could have had. We've talked about this. I made my choices.
And you wouldn't change them?
Not for the world. I'm not some damsel that you've trapped in a tower, Lark.
I know. I know I'm the damsel.
That's not quite true either.
No, I know. I couldn't blame you if you did, you know?
And I appreciate that. I think that shows the kind of a person that you are. Which, again, circles back into the whole why I married you thing.
So it wasn't for the money.
No, I had quite a bit of that already.
That's right.
Now, money, titles, power, all that. I was doing perfectly well on my own before you showed up.
I guess I'm just very lucky.
Luck had nothing to do with it. You owe this guy, and kind of gives Handsome a little scritch behind the ears. You owe him a big thank you, actually. If he hadn't liked you, you would have been out on your ass pretty much immediately, Crown Lord or no Crown Lord.
Oh, okay. It's somewhat comforting. Thank you, Handsome.
Handsome kind of looks up at you with these big eyes and
Yes.
just like puts his nose on your arm as if waiting for some head scratches.
Oh, wet. Okay. Kind of like does the thing where people who don't know how to pet dogs do, where they kind of just do that.
Yeah, he kind of like pushes up into your hand and then as if just like really happy that you've done this, kind of starts doing that thing where they like happy leap around in like a little bit of a circle and then sits very sharply and just tail wagging, looks between the two of you.
Okay, I'm done being pathetic now.
You can be sad and pathetic for, checks her watch, the next few hours at least. We've got time.
Oh, I don't know. It seems to be running out too.
Yeah. And we have to throw a party in a few days.
Oh, we do.
I know.
Yes. Can I
No, if you're about to open your mouth to ask to take something off of my plate, that just because I'm already redistributing all of the things that I was going to do tomorrow, it's fine, honestly.
Okay. I was just going to pick something and just do it because I don't want to be, the husband that just asks you for a list and gives you yet more work to do. So I could do the napkins or something.
It's fine, Lark. Most of it is already handled, and frankly, it's already did a lot of the big picture planning, and at this point, things kind of run themselves. It's a lot of these meetings are less important for me to go and make decisions and more for other people who have already made decisions to ask me to sign off on them. So it's a bit more of that.
Right.
Yes.
Well, I'm sure the decisions you sign off on will be wonderful.
I hope so. I certainly hope so. But I think it will be fine, and I think that Camille will come up with some absolutely lovely designs for us, even though I've given her basically no advanced warning, which is really just a testament to what an angel they are, but...
Yes.
Did she get a chance to speak with you about that, by the way?
About
just things.
Oh,
Kind of is doing the like, I want to see if you'll tell me about this because I don't want to betray my friend's trust, but also I want to talk about this.
Yes, we had a conversation.
Good. How did it?
I don't know. I never know. I struggle to know these things. So I just...
Right? What do you think? What do you feel?
feel so much.
I think that Alia really quickly. I think that this is a thing. Jess, I'm just gonna make an executive decision. So you know those pillows that you can find in like a therapist's office with the wheel for all of the feelings, and it starts with like the specific ones and goes out. I think that she goes into their bedroom and gets that, and is
That's
just
fucking
like,
wild.
"Hey."
My God. Oh, not the pillow. I don't need the pillow, Leah.
It could help. It
I,
could.
I feel a lot. I know what the names are for the.
All right, it can sometimes help to have a visualization that can help you sort of zero in on things a bit more.
That one points to anxious. I feel like there's like that section of the pillow is almost bubbled with how often that's been pointed to. I
Okay.
feel sometimes, I would love more friends than the people I currently have. I just sometimes I think
Being friends with your subjects is challenging.
it's just Camille said that, mentioned me taking the crown off, and that's the thing. It doesn't come off.
Doesn't know. I know.
Which I don't think makes me a very good friend.
I remember things in my household at the Dawn Court were a bit different, and I remember coming here and meeting everyone, and Crown Lady was the first thing out of their mouth every time. It was the only way that they knew me. It took a while to get them to realize that I was, I don't know. It took a while to bring those walls down.
How do you do it?
Oh, I just it's a strange balance, I guess. I am just very try to remain aware of my position, try not to impose myself where I'm not sure I would be. I know I would be welcomed in a lot of places, but where I don't know that I would be wanted. But also, at the same time, sometimes you just have to take that risk because I never know for sure.
Yes.
And believe me, I fucked it up a couple of times.
You
It was
know.
very embarrassing, actually.
I don't believe you.
Oh, you weren't there for that first tea party. Oh my goodness. It was kind of a disaster. But
And now look at you hosting all of your own.
yes, parties and balls and events as far as the eye can see, or at least as far as my calendar can see.
It's a very well organized calendar. I really like the way you color
It
code
is-
things.
Thank you. It's the only way that I can keep track of it all.
Hmm.
But
I bet this wasn't on the calendar.
no. No, it was not. But this has given me an excuse to push off all the other things on the calendar, so I'll take it. But when it comes to Camille, I think that the fact that she wanted to speak to you about this at all is a good thing. It means that she thinks that you'd be willing to listen. Clearly you have. It's a step.
Step. Okay. Yes.
One foot in front of the other.
Yes. Okay.
Okay.
So what do I do now? Do I have to talk back? Do I
Ideally, yes. So she kind of left the ball in your court a little bit.
Yes,
Is
and
that
I
the
hate it when it's
situation?
in my court. I don't know what to do with it.
Look, you've played tennis. Hit it back.
Oh. Yes.
Think about what she said to you. Take some time. Sit with it. Doesn't have to be tonight because God knows we have enough other things going on.
Yes.
And then if there's anything else that you want to tell her in the morning, you tell her.
Right. What if I have nothing to say?
Then you don't. But I do think that maybe I don't. 1 minute. We're gonna let's can we do a bit of a play-by-play? I need to we'll kind of sit down and just like lay it on me and we'll try to like help strategize. Like give me the debrief.
What, Locke give you the debrief
Yeah.
of what they're feeling?
Yes.
Okay, so she wants me to approach her when I feel like having a closer
Mhm.
relationship with her. But I
Mhm.
do. I already
Mhm.
feel that way. I
All right.
just I don't know if that relationship can be or meet expectations in terms of her maybe doing something.
All the illegal things.
Yes,
The crime. Yes, the
the
crime. Yes.
crime. I
That does
so
actually worry me a little bit as well.
okay. See, I'm not crazy.
Well, here's I've had a thought though. I've had a thought, which is that Camille is doing a lot of flying under the radar right now. And it makes her work better. And, you know, no one can deny that. But it is currently all unsanctioned. But if it she said something very interesting to me about taking the captain out of imprisonment also being technically illegal except for the fact that it is
No,
sanctioned.
'cause
So
I did. I
exactly.
have a letter. It
Yes.
brings out that I
Yes,
have a letter.
exactly. Yes, that is yes, you're following me then. So
So I
I don't
write a letter.
I'm saying that perhaps if you're still very concerned about this and you're concerned about your relationship with Camille in relation to this, then I think that maybe I don't know, maybe figuring out some kind of way to incorporate the things that she's basically like I'm not saying that we give her a blank check to just do crime, but I am saying that maybe uh you know, I'm sure that your father has people who you know, check in on different departments for him under the like an undercover boss sort of situation.
Right.
And
No,
so
you're
maybe we
right.
figure out something like that for Camille. I'm just kind of spitballing here. I don't think we're going to find a solution
No,
tonight,
you have
but
something there because I think my concern is if she were found out again, that it would go over my head and then I
mm,
wouldn't be able to help.
mm.
But
If she were officially in your employ in this capacity, then
then I can act as sort of
exactly.
a human shield.
Okay, well, maybe not that, but but they're like I'm saying, I don't know if we can figure out the exact details tonight, but this is important to her and she is important to you, and so I think that we can find a solution.
It is around this time that you get the message from Luca.
Oh, can you read it first? I don't want to read it before. You read it
Okay,
and you
sure.
tell me what it is.
Sure, I'll read it out loud.
Camille, you also get this. I just know you're busy, so you let me know when you answer that.
Right. It's just from Luca checking in and figuring out what's next.
Right. Well, I could also do with a nap if I'm honest.
All right. How about we'll come up with a meeting spot after everybody's had a moment to collect themselves.
Yes.
Wonderful. We'll kind of send a quick little, hey, we're gonna take a nap real quick. Message, and be like, reconvene at 11:30 question mark?
I'm trying to think of what is the Everglen equivalent of Slay?
Faye.
Slay. But she'll send whatever that equivalent is, and Heart react to Ilya's message, and say doing the same.
We'll
LMAO.
react to that. So we have time to rest and take a minute, but everything that you just said to me, I really think that you should be sure that you say to Camille.
Okay. Thank you. You're so good at this. And I love you very much for being good at it when I'm not. And for
I
other
love you.
reasons, I
It's
love
my
you for
job.
other reasons. That's not the only reason. It's just, in this moment, it is a reason that I'm feeling love about. Does that make sense?
Yes, it makes so much sense. And kind of in her head, God, yeah, you do need me. Well, I'm gonna make some tea. Do you want anything?
Yes.
All right. We'll kind of go and make them just some nice herbal tea. We're gonna bring the energy in here like all the way down. And yeah, take a little rest.
Yeah.
Amazing. Then I think with our whole party kind of trying to find a moment of peace in their own respective and unique ways before this midnight confrontation, that's where we're going to take our break. Our own little moment of peace, if you will. Don't change that Twitch channel. We'll be back in just a few moments for whatever's going to happen at midnight. And we'll see you soon.
Slay.
Welcome back. We missed you. I hope you got a nice little snack, a little treat, maybe a soft blanket. We are not going to pick up where we left off. We're going to kind of do a little time skip. But before we do that, is there anything else anyone wanted to do before 11:30 sharp?
Camille does respond to the message. It's just a couple
Sure.
hours later. She's like,
Yeah. That's fair.
we'll meet up at 11:30. See you there at the spot. Perfect.
Sure. Absolutely. Anything else? Okay, amazing. Then we will pick up, let's say like 11:20. I imagine you're starting to wake up. Are we going, did we decide where we're meeting?
Somebody remind me where the actual like midnight meeting.
It is at the
Where-
Weeping Tree, the really big Weeping Willow, kind of behind-ish the Monarch Estate.
Gotcha.
More to the side.
Okay.
But. Yeah, so it's like a 5-minute walk.
Okay. So
Can
probably
we meet
downstairs.
at yeah, in
Yeah.
like gardens behind their study maybe?
Sure.
Yeah.
We can absolutely do that in kind of Lark's corner of the Legacy Arboretum. Absolutely. Yeah. You see, as you kind of walk out, it's late enough that really like the only sound out here is sort of like the occasional distant like clanging of metal as guards are like on their rotation, but even that is not very loud. And soft like sounds of crickets. Kind of in the distance you hear like the sound of water running. And just the rustling of leaves and trees here is a very crisp kind of breeze, as there always seems to be in the middle of the night here in Everglen. But yeah, you guys can all meet up in the darkness at midnight in the gardens.
I think Camille is wearing the most toned down for her, so glammed up for everybody else, like athleisure wear, to try to be incognito. Says juicy on the booty, bedazzled around the trim. And she has her little hoodie up, to try and meet everybody over there.
I think Lark is like, you look nice.
Do I not look like you could see me on the street and it be
Um,
incognito is what I was looking for.
I have never seen anyone on the street look like you, but I feel like that's a good thing. You
Well,
you outshine them all, so
okay. Well, I thank you, Locke. I appreciate it.
look at Alia.
Just kind of just going down, just down.
Or you look perfectly ordinary.
Oh,
In a wonderful way.
let me roll an insight for Camille to see if she can tell that you're trying. I think she her eyes is trying to follow everywhere that you're going, and then eventually she's like, "Thank you so much. I appreciate a compliment. I always do." So, um, are you ready? Are we all ready?
I think Luca will stroll up at this time in her little sweats. And did Elise come with Luca, Mara?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Hi guys.
Hello. Oh, cute. I love the
Kitty,
two-piece.
you
Love the
look
sweats.
cute. Is that the one with the juicy on the ass part?
She turns around, pops it out.
I've been
Yes.
wanting some of those. That's very cute.
Oh, I know the person who makes. I got you. I'll get them delivered to you soon.
Oh my
For
god.
sure.
Thank you.
For sure. Of course.
So,
Just a little quick run over of the game plan. So the two of you were turning into rats, was it? Or
okay, so I think we should change the game plan just a little bit because I did have
okay.
I
Okay.
I talked to someone about some things and I have a new outlook on the situation.
Oh.
Inside check.
All right.
I think as soon as she says that, she realized it wasn't as smooth as she wanted it to be, and it's like,
Oh, I got a nat 20. That's a 28.
okay, maybe I'll roll in that 20 on deception. So hold on.
I believe in you. You got it. You got
I
it.
rolled an 18
That's almost a 20.
for a 21, but you got a nat 20, so it's fine.
I also got a 28 with it combined.
Okay, not too much, please.
I also got a 28.
Oh shit! Both Camille and Lark at the same time.
You get that she's like covering something up and she doesn't know whether she wants to spit it out or hold it in. But so I think that we should reframe the game plan tonight.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, what is your game plan? And then maybe we can talk about who you spoke to that reframed your mind.
No, I mean it was just no, we don't. I mean the thing about the game plan is that I think we should go in with maybe like a softer approach, maybe, and like be nice about the whole thing
Who did
because
you
a lot
speak
of
to,
people
Luca?
make mistakes.
Make mistakes. They are ruining my life.
Well, sometimes the mistakes are put onto them by other people who are trying to tell them what to do. Not that like that's anything, it's just like a thought I'm having about the situation. I don't know. I
Is
just
someone telling you what to do?
no. Myself. I'm telling
Oh.
myself what to do.
Okay.
So yeah.
So someone is telling Wistaria what to do?
like maybe we don't know, so we
Well,
can't
you know something.
Obviously.
I'm just gonna
No.
kind of like slightly step in front of Luca a little bit, like full like maternal like stop looking at my baby kind of instinct comes out. I have some misgivings about going into harm Wisteria. I believe that we don't know everything, and her mother came to us asking for help to find
That's
her,
true. That is
and
true.
I don't want her to
Of
be hurt.
course.
That is
No one
Mm-mm.
looks at Camille. No one is harming Wisteria tonight. Luca,
Oh.
if you have spoken to someone outside of this group with information, I need to know who that is. We need to have all of the information at play.
I will compromise and take murder off the table. Okay, if we're happy with that, sure.
Tivia kind of leans in and goes, "Sorry, if murder's off the table, do you still need me here? Because I was kind of under the impression that's what I was here
Just,
for."
between the two of us, just a back pocket idea. Just back
Okay.
pocket.
Yeah. I got you. It's off.
Off the table.
There it goes.
Luca,
Great,
did
then.
something happen?
No. I'm actually doing really, really well. And
Seems true.
listen, I just think we should approach with less fear. I'm trying not to be afraid of the world because I can't imagine that the world is afraid of me right now. So I think that we should just be nice and see what they have to say. I think we should talk to them about their circumstances, because if I was in that position, I'd want someone to talk to me about my circumstances, like.
I agree. I truly agree. That I think is a great plan. Luca.
Great.
So, I think Camilla kind of flips open her little notebook of all the questions that she had ready to ask. So, are you saying that I should not ask, why do you hate me specifically?
Yes. Yeah, I think that would be really good to start with, is to not focus it on like you, because I feel like it's not a you thing. Honestly, I know that it might seem like it's a you thing, but I really think it's like.
Well, and also
legit
if
thing.
we allow her the floor to talk, she might tell us why she hates you specifically.
Yeah,
Not that
that's
you're
true.
very hateable at all. You're very likable.
Oh,
I don't
sure.
hate you.
Oh.
What is
She
happening?
turns back to Luca. Listen.
Alia kind of just pinched the bridge of her nose a little bit at that one. Just
What the
Okay, I will not start with the questions that are specifically about me, if that makes sense, even though this person has stolen my persona to do all of this.
No,
So,
Right.
I think that's important to know why.
Yeah.
I
Just
would love to know
we
why
could phrase it a little
and how
differently.
they figured out that stuff about Guy McGee, but I'm sure. Okay, I have a list of questions here, and I will ask those ones later. Yeah, so big broad questions. Why are you doing this? What is it about the dreaming that got you hooked, or whatever? I have specific
They're
questions.
probably not
here.
like hooked on it, It's probably not like oh, I have to do the dreaming. It's probably more like it feels good for them or something like that. I don't know.
Have you spoken to Wisteria? How do you know that?
No, I'm just trying to lead with empathy and understanding, because some people are just misunderstood, and maybe it's not so bad. Maybe we think the dreaming is like really bad, and it's actually not like the worst thing ever. So that's just what I'm thinking.
Well, I guess we'll find out, but so far I'm really the only person we suspect to have spoken to this person from the dreaming. Isn't that right?
Why do you think you're so special, Lark? Because what if someone, actually.
Take a point of GM inspiration for that. That's the funniest response you could have possibly given.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
You think the dreaming would have talked to someone else?
I don't know. If they have, I'd love to know about it.
So maybe that is a question we ask. Who else knows? See if there is more than wisteria going on. It would be good to know. So that is a
But there
great
probably
point,
is more
Luca.
than wisteria going on.
Yes, good point, Luca. It is a good question to ask.
So
yes, we have a list of at least 4
we
people
think I
who have
should ask.
disappeared.
Exactly. And so if the dreaming is speaking to any one of my friends, I would love to know about it, just for precaution's sake.
Oh, would you look at
Okay.
that? It's 3 minutes to midnight. We should probably finish up.
3
by
minutes?
then.
No. Listen, wait. Before it happens, I have to tell you all something. Okay? Don't get mad at me.
The truth?
Please. Don't get mad at me.
Sure. Please, speak up. Speak on it. Come on. Spit it out.
Don't get mad, and don't tell your father, and don't fire me. Okay? I know you don't like when things happen and it's not according to plan, but sometimes things happen. Okay, maybe I did. No, not even maybe. I did have a dream, and it was really nice, and the person who was speaking to me was really nice, and I really liked them. And I'm not even supposed to be telling you this, but I am, because we're all friends and we're in a secret mission together, so you should honor that. And I'll talk more about it after, but I just don't think we should hurt Wisteria, and I think maybe there's another cause for why people are going away when they dream, and I think we can find a solution.
I'm sorry. Locke, you spoke to the dreaming.
I had a dream and I spoke to someone who with a lot of knowledge about the dreaming. I think they were from
Oh.
there.
Yeah,
I-
they
I-
seem
I
to be
s-
from
I
there.
said this morning on the farm.
Oh,
I don't
probably
think it
was
was.
texting. Sorry, I didn't hear that. Okay, yes. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry. Okay, so the two of you have spoken to this person.
They seem very well informed, and they've been watching me at least my whole life, which honestly isn't as weird as it sounds. It feels kind of comforting.
That
So
sounds like a stalker.
no, like it's not in that type of way. So
Oh. Sure. And are they stalking you too, Locke?
I don't know. I feel like Luca and I had very different conversations.
Perhaps after this meeting, we all sit down and we hear about the conversations that have been had by the dreaming. I feel like we are getting a little off track.
Okay. So we go in. I lead with soft questions. Are you guys hiding and then popping out later? Or how? Because that was the plan before. Are we sticking to that, or are we changing it up?
If this person has been watching Luca, and by assumption the rest of us, I think hiding might be distrustful. I know they said to come alone, but at this point, we are
We won.
all here.
Sure. Yes, let's trust the person who sliced up my coat. Let's do that. Sure.
I think Locke puts like a little, like their fingertips kind of like brush your arm, Camille, and they just kind of level you with a little bit of a look and say, I'm not trusting anyone right now.
Okay. Sure. I just want justice.
Of course. I can get you a new coat.
Yeah, but I embellished that one, and it was very special to me. It's just, it's sentimental. I do get sentimental about clothes sometimes. I know I throw a lot of shit out, but that one I liked. Thank you. Okay, so together. We go in together is the goal.
Yes.
Okay, well, let's go.
Okay.
Sounds like a plan. It's kind of
no, I
very
forgot
obvious
you were
what's
here.
here.
Oh my god.
Yeah, by the way, do you still have my jacket? That can be a later problem. It's just
It's
cold.
cold.
out here, so-
Do you need it now?
Yeah. Oh, are you wearing it? That's a different
Yeah, I think
question.
she's wearing
Oh,
it
I didn't think
over
you were
her
wearing
sweats.
No, you know what? You hang on to it.
I feel like I
And,
look cool in it.
You do. It suits you.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And as you guys, first of all, I just like to say I love each and every one of you with my entire soul. That I could sit and watch this TV show all day.
That's so funny.
But yeah, you guys could very easily make the walk from you're kind of on the outskirts of the Legacy Arboretum over to the Weeping Willow. As you walk, there's a full moon tonight. I feel like I said that weird. And it kind of like streaks silver through this like very kind of hazy blue night. It's so quiet out that it feels like the entire galaxy sleeps soundly just except for you, as you kind of like slink through. It's like dark out here, but it's a little bit well lit from just sort of like the lights coming off of the Monarch estate and just like the few little like arcanely lit lanterns that are hanging in the trees, kind of in the surrounding area. And as you walk, you can see the weeping willow, the very, very large weeping willow, begin to come into sight. As you're walking, kind of like here in the night, silhouetted by moonlight, it almost appears like taller and wider than it was earlier today when you were here. And it's shrouded in this blanket of silver and midnight blue. And as you approach, you almost feel like every now and then you catch like soft, like floating lights kind of twinkling through the fronds. And the minute your eyes like move to look at them, they're gone. Almost as if they were never there. But yeah, you can approach. Is anybody doing anything as you're walking?
Ooh, hold on. Let me
Also,
know.
is
Wait a
Handsome
second.
here? Just for me to know.
That's a
Wait a
great
second.
question. He comes with me everywhere, and I think I put him back on watch to via duty. So
Okay.
yes.
Cool. Good to know. Thank you so much.
But if danger comes, he is under orders to run away.
You got it.
Yeah.
The boy.
Run away very bravely.
Boy, the baby.
I
Mhm.
think she casts mage armor on themselves.
Okay. Absolutely. You can do that.
I'm gonna cast aid on Luca, Lark, and Alia.
Hell yeah. Remind me what aid does.
Aid gives you a increases your current hit point and hit point maximum by 5.
Amazing.
next
So you guys can
8
mark that
hours.
down. Oh, slay.
So we have
Also, as a
5
reminder-
temp hit points.
You're just for the next 8 hours, your hit point max goes up by 5.
Okay.
So that's
Yeah.
not even temp.
Got ya.
Mhm. So like you can be healed up to that 5.
Got
Also,
ya.
I forgot to say it, but just as a reminder, everybody who decided to rest in that time did get a long rest. So be sure to mark that down if you haven't already. Anybody else doing anything on this walk?
I would love to have spent like the last few minutes and the rest of this walk
Mhm.
ritual casting detect magic so I can head up
Absolutely.
as I walk into this situation.
Absolutely, you can do that.
And I'm going to take my staff.
Mhm.
Can I describe the staff? It's like a pretty like long staff made of like twisting wood and these like vines that are kind of covered in these like amber and like autumn colored leaves, and I think Lark kind of flips it and it turns into just a knife, and they just slip it inside their jacket to conceal it.
Absolutely. Amber leaf is now a knife. Also, as a reminder to you, Luca, you have, if it becomes relevant at any point, your spell save DC and spell modifier are have a +2 bonus
Oh, slay.
currently.
Okay,
Yeah.
hold on. The save DC and the which one? The
Your
modifier?
yes.
Okay.
As a reminder, it wasn't until your next long rest, but you rested immediately, and I'm a nice DM, so you can still have it.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I love you. Anything else? Amazing. Those of you walking kind of near to Via, there's like a little, just the like kind of smallest little burst of magic, and you catch like a whiff of like sea air. And anyone who looks over, you can now see like the parts of his like shirt that you can see as you're walking, shrouded in the dim light, are now kind of have almost like as you look at it, looks like the way that like water kind of ripples when it like reflects light, just very faintly, this kind of blue light, as they have also cast mage armor on himself, just in case. Murder is still on the table for to be attacked. It's always on the table. Amazing. Anything else? Last call.
Ah.
Yeah, babe? It's gonna be okay.
No. No. There's nothing else.
I thought you were saying it's not gonna be okay, and I said,
Oh.
okay.
It's gonna be so
Yeah.
okay. You won't even believe.
I do believe. Amazing, yeah. So you guys can cross. How close to the? Are you walking like right up to the tree? Are you like what's the game plan here? I guess.
Well, as we're
Hey,
walking,
sweet,
do
I
we
can't hear you.
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, there you
Hello.
are.
I was saying Camille's like right up to the tree. She's like tapping her foot on a root, like she's waiting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. And Jess, what were you saying?
I was just saying, is it just there's no one there as we start approaching?
As you're walking up, you're seeing these, like, kind of in your peripheral vision, these lights, like, appear and disappear. And I think anyone who is, like, fixated specifically on that, like, gap in the tree where the fronds were burned away, every now and then you see, like, kind of a shadow shifting, almost as if there is someone, like, behind the fronds that hasn't stepped out yet.
Okay.
But you don't see any, like, anything crazy going on here. Yeah, Camille, tell me how you're approaching this tree.
She walks right up to it,
Mhm.
spins right around once she reaches the roots of it, and just turns and just looks out and just tapping her foot on the
Yeah,
roots, waiting.
you get pretty up close to the tree, and as you get closer, just inside this kind of like veil of fronds, you see a figure, kind of like arms crossed, leaning against the trunk. Let me cough. Give me just a second here.
Take your time, yeah.
I want to make it through this description without hacking out a lung. So you see this figure. This figure has fern green skin, hair the color of like deep, like dark soil, with several small braids in which there are little sprigs of lavender. She has deep brown eyes and a sort of like Roman, like aquiline nose. Kind of like slender and lithe, wearing this like off-white poet-style shirt that's tucked into dark high-waisted pants and belted like dark like trousers. And you can kind of see like catching this hazy light every now and then. There is like embroidered lining in the shirt that is this blue that is just a little bit too like vibrant and shining. And hidden in that embroidery, there are just several small blue butterflies kind of hidden throughout. You see, she has what looks to be your coat, kind of like hanging over her arms that are crossed. And she's sort of like arms crossed, and as you get within sight, she looks at you and she grins this like cat-like grin. Wisteria has she/they pronouns. Kind of looks at you and goes, "I was starting to think you weren't going to show."
I'm on time. I'm here. Well, I'm here.
You know what
now,
they
so-
say: early is on time is late.
Well, if you wanted me to be here early, just set a time at an earlier time.
You just seem like the type of person who'd be early, but it's fine. I'm not taking it personally.
No, I'm fashionably late to everything I do.
Oh, of course.
Sorry. So,
No, it's all right.
You are Wisteria, I presume.
I am. My fame precedes me, it seems.
Got it.
Lark, as you walk into this radius, kind of depending on how close you're getting, Wisteria lights up as like all magic. But it's like it doesn't really have a school. It's a magic you don't recognize, but it is the same that was here in the Willow earlier.
Does it make me think that she's an illusion and not really here, or just that her entire being is magic?
I mean, she looks like she's leaning against the tree. Like, it looks like there is some amount of, like, solidness to them, but there is also a lot of magic making up their figure. You wouldn't be surprised if we were, like, halfway between the two, basically. Yeah. I'm so sorry. What were you saying, Camille?
She pulls out her book. I'm just going to pull out a random question then. She pulls out her book and she goes, okay, so I see that you have my belongings.
Oh, I do, of course. And you see we'll kind of like step off the tree a little bit and pull this coat off of their arm. And you see kind of like attached to the coat is the Arcane Inquisitor pin as well. And they will just hold it out to you. My apologies for taking it without asking. I just, I didn't really have time for introductions and the like, so.
Right. Uh-huh. So you just you had time to break into my room and take.
I did. It was surprisingly easy to get into the estate, actually.
She looks over at Lark.
Well, Tavia.
Tavia's just kind of looking at the ground, shifting from foot to foot. I think at this moment, Wisteria kind of like notices for the first time that there are more people here, as you had kind of like stepped through the fronds, and will like kind of like turn around, like arc past where the burnt opening is to look and go, "Hi, everyone. I didn't know such a big audience."
Hi! You did not say to come alone, so
I didn't.
I brought company.
That's fine. I just didn't expect. Kind of looks at you, Lark, and the face gets colder. The future king of Everglen.
Ooh, Lark, I don't think that they like you.
I just kind of nods their head. Wisteria.
kind of looks at you, Aelia, and doesn't really say anything, almost as if they are making up their mind about you. And then we'll kind of just...
Nothing, just... Yes, you have some family members who are a bit worried about you, Wisteria.
My mom. Yeah, I know. Tebo's back. I'm sorry. I'm really happy she's back. Okay, sorry, let me switch the music really quick. I'm a big music GM, so this is really exciting for me.
That was so funny.
I thought she was gonna abandon us. Okay, sorry. Yeah, I'm here. I can play the NPC that I'm playing. Don't mind me. Yes, I'm aware. So what, you're making house calls now?
Schools, your mother is worried about you. You don't care about your family.
I do. I care I care a lot about my family. Just doesn't really seem like royal concern. I'm just surprised, I suppose, to see you all here.
Your mother walked all the way from Acorn to the palace just to appeal to us and ask for aid, and that is what we have been doing the last few days, trying to find you. This is how
I
it
think-
started.
Wisteria kind of looks at you, Lark, as if searching for an ulterior motive, and doesn't find one, and so instead just kind of turns back to Camille. Well, thank you for helping her, I suppose. I think it's unfortunately just kind of one of those situations, but thank you for being kind to her.
One of those situations. Do you not want to talk to your mother? You're here. You don't want to go stop by her house or something? Why? You broke into my house. You can't go see your mom?
I would love to see my mum, but it's a bit more complicated than that at the moment, I'm afraid, which kind of like looks around at the group again. I suspect that all of you know, since it seems like you know the way you're looking at me, a bit what's going on and what I'm involved in, and you know it's not quite as simple as me waltzing through the front doors of the estate looking like myself. So, yes, unfortunately, to keep my mother safe, I have to keep a distance for a while.
Safe
What is
from
happening?
what?
From Ambra?
Looks at you, Luca, and like inclines ahead a little bit and looks back at you, Lark, and there is like vitriol a little bit in their eyes as they look at you.
Ooh. I think Camille peels back a little bit.
So it's true. It's true about
What's
that.
true?
Why you can't go back into the castle or in here because you got expelled by someone who I won't name, but we all know. who
Oh,
I'm
I
talking
haven't been
about.
expelled. My, the queen I serve is my choice. I don't think I'd meet a very kind fate if I waltzed in, so.
Why?
That's kind of a more complicated question, but I suppose to put it in one word, it would be treason.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Why? How are you here? If people believe that you've been swept up by the dreaming, how are you standing here?
A lot of
Because
magic.
people aren't always right. Yeah.
What is right?
The dreaming is... She is not what the king wants everyone to believe. I'm just lucky enough to know the truth, and as a result, I have power for it.
Yeah, she's nice.
And besides, I had
told
to
you
return your
guys.
coat.
Yeah. They're
I
not
think
like evil.
Camille's like now putting together that the dreaming is like an actual living, breathing thing and not like a magical well that you can like take some stuff out of.
Sure.
Okay. So, sorry, somebody else ask a question. I'm whirling a little bit.
So how did you get here? And how do you go back to where you live or exist in?
Well, I'm not from the dreaming, the real dreaming, not really. I sort of know how to stand in the doorway of the dreaming between this world and theirs. But I haven't been there, not really. I mean, it is tempting sometimes. I think Wisteria kind of squints at you in this moment, Luca, and I think that like you don't get like a message spell necessarily or anything, but I think in this moment you see like an understanding of the allure of the dreaming that you very recently experienced and the like euphoric feeling of being a part of it and of opening yourself to it. And just kind of like looks at you with an understanding that tells you Wisteria knows that you know as well. But
I know that I know.
I can serve my queen better here. So I do.
So you aren't quite from the dreaming, but you're not quite here either. Where do you go?
Depends on the day. In the doorway.
And where is this door?
There's lots of doors if you know where to look, but kind of like inclines their head towards the tree where there's still that same like ingrained kind of like purple magic in the crack. I think you've already found one, haven't you? Why, do you want to visit? Looks at you nodding, Luca, and kind of gives you like a very knowing look. I have to say, Camille, with all your research last year, Dreaming is very eager to meet you.
See, that's... She saw my research.
Of course, it's
Wait,
like...
It's like what? No, you can finish the compliment and then I'll ask a question. Go ahead.
I mean, it wasn't really sort of a neutral statement, but I would be happy to pay you a compliment if you would like me to. No, it was sort of like you were exploring a house and it could feel the floorboards creaking, I suppose. Not quite there. Close enough.
Huh.
But if you'd like a compliment, you look very nice today.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
I
I mean, you're really the closest anyone has gotten in a long time on their own, and that is very impressive.
Thank you. I
Of
love
course.
that. Thank you so much.
Mm.
Well, let me ask this though. So then, you weren't watching. The dreaming was watching me.
I mean, recently I've been watching you, but that's just sort of because I think you're very clever and interesting, and I think there are not enough beautiful things worth watching in the world, but that's me. But you know, I think the dreamer and the dreaming, always interested when someone from the other side comes poking.
She was trying to hide that she's blushing. Sure.
Yeah.
Well, so I guess my question that I'm trying to get at is how did you find out about Guy Mickey? How did you do? Yes, because I've been trying to keep that under wraps. So you've been out in I think Camille, this is me, sweet
Yeah.
person. How long has Wisteria been missing?
A while.
A
I
while,
think
okay.
I can pull up my notes, but I believe I said it's been like a few years.
Okay, yeah. Okay. So yes, how did you discover that?
Well, you went poking, and the dreamer noticed, and the dreamer passed on some information to me, and I think can everyone make me a quick perception check here?
Am I scanning for danger, James? Because then I'll get a fucking...
You're not scanning for danger.
Okay.
But if you would like to make a different one and look for
20.
danger, you can. It's like,
Nah, that's good.
18.
30, 20. 24.
okay. That's everybody, right?
Mhm.
Cool. Everybody got... Did anybody get below a 20?
Oh,
I got
19.
an 18.
19, 18. Okay. Yeah, I think with 18 and 19, there's a moment where you think Wisteria gets like distracted by something, like kind of like eyes very quickly dart off to the side, but you're not sure what. You don't hear anything. You don't see anything. Those of you who got over 20, you recognize the expression of someone who is hearing a voice in their head. And I think in this moment realize that the dreamer is communicating with Wisteria in real time. And Wisteria will kind of stop and just Just interested in all the versions of you, I suppose.
Well, okay, well, somebody else go. I've been butted up, so I can't ask with the same type of energy.
Alia kind of steps up a little bit. As pleased as we are to see that you seem well, despite your disappearance, there are others that we have lost track of. We're trying to ensure that they're all right as well. Does the name Isabella Kinran mean anything to you?
There were many who were lost in the dreaming, future queen. They're not lost because of us.
Well, do you know why they've become lost or how we can get them back? They have people here who are worried about them just as your mother worries for you.
I mean, I think that's more a question for looks at you, Lark, your father.
So I should ask him then.
You can try. I can't guarantee you won't end up right with the others, but...
What do you want exactly? And I'm not speaking to you right now, Wisteria.
If you want to ask her a question, I'd recommend you ask her.
What do you want?
Are you, to clarify the second time, are you asking the dreamer? Is that your goal?
Yeah.
I think in this moment, as you address the dreamer, all of you kind of feel like the wind begin to kick up a little bit and the fronds begin to move a little more and there's a rustling. And I think you watch as the cracks in this tree, this sort of very faded, lavender and silver, begin to light again. And the tree creaks almost as if this is, I don't want to say a violent thing, but almost as if the tree is being torn apart to accommodate this. And as it does so, you see Wisteria kind of looks towards it and crosses her arms and looks at you as if you're about to meet the devil. And it sort of cracks and creaks, and the bark in the middle kind of flashes with light, and what's left is what looks to you like a fey portal. Looks like you've been invited into the doorway, little prince. Brave enough?
I think in an exact mirror of that moment, a few hours ago, Lark's hand just stretches for Alia's for just a minute.
Yep.
And they take it, and they squeeze it, and then they let it go. And they start walking.
Lark!
Lark!
Wait! If they go into the door, are they going to be stuck in the doorway like you?
Probably not, unless I really piss her off. But
I know you don't like Lark,
Probably
but some
not.
of us here really like Lark, and they're really nice. And
Right.
if you're trying to hurt him or something,
I'm not doing anything.
Can I insight check this bitch?
Wisteria?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just because this is throwing me off and I want to is she kind of playing it off amused, whatever? Does she actively think that harm is going to befall Lark if they walk through this door?
Yeah, make an
Is
insight
kind
check.
of my question here. I can consult the oracle. Oh my god, I dropped my dice. Sorry, I threw it on the floor.
I get it.
That's a 22.
22. Anyone else insight checking?
I'll
Yeah.
do it too.
Yeah.
Cool.
Somebody do better than me.
That wasn't a you
I'm rolling
failed.
so
That was
good.
just
I know.
covering my bases.
I know, I'm just scared.
I got another nat
21.
20.
Got a nat 20. Amazing. 21.
28.
Everyone's so insightful today.
Cool.
I
Anybody else?
know. 21.
Okay.
Very
21?
good.
I mean, you did, but that's okay because I'd love to hear it
Can you
again.
do
So
something
21,
for
22,
me?
natural 20, right?
Yeah,
What?
nat 20, 28.
Amazing. So we will go in ascending order then, even though nat 20 is low. Don't worry about it. We're gonna end with the nat 20. So my 21 and my 22, I think in this moment you don't get the sense that Wisteria is prepping for a fight or thinks a fight is coming, or like I think the expression that you see, which Luca, you probably recognize just a little bit more because siblings, is the expression of like, ooh, mom's coming home and you're about to be in so much trouble. Like that kind of expression of like getting ready to watch someone get yelled at, essentially. But like you don't get the sense that like Wisteria, I think in this moment, with the way that Wisteria's been talking and their body language, you get the sense that like even if she wanted to harm Lark, she is very aware, and by extension probably the dreamer is very aware of the fact that like harming Lark opens a bunch of other doors that are going to make what they're trying to do 20 times harder. Like they know where the line is, basically. My natural 20, you get all of this, and I think what you also get, there's a Wisteria like is covering it very carefully, but there's also wariness here. There is like Wisteria's like shoulders are rigid and like is watching and has been watching every move Lark makes, and that is only increased tenfold now that this door is open and they're walking towards it. And I think you get this sense of like almost as if Wisteria feels like they need to bodyguard the dreamer and the dreaming and letting what they perceive to be their enemy in. Wisteria is actually more afraid for Lark to come in than to have Lark, like than for Lark, basically. But it's very carefully covered up with this expression of like, just like a shit eating, like, yeah, okay, here we go. But there is fear. There is genuine fear there. And yeah, are you all walking in?
If Lark is going, Elise is right behind him. Elise
Lark, are you
said
going right
nothing
in?
and Will say nothing.
I
but-
think Lark pauses and like hears the movement of other people like behind them and is like,
Mhm.
none of you have to follow me.
Let
We
you go
know
into
that.
danger alone.
We don't have to. We want to.
Okay.
May I ask one more question before we go in to a
Is that to Wisteria?
Yeah.
Of course. The face softens a little bit looking at you. Of course.
You stole an item using this code. What was it and why did you need it?
Looks at you, and I think carrying over that nat 20, you can see that, like, it is not a lack of trust for you. There is very clearly, like, this is the question Wisteria was scared of being asked because she doesn't know what is safe to say, and it's very important, I think is what you get, and just kind of looks at you. Why?
Because I fear that it's been used to take someone away from me. And I want to
Not-
understand why.
Not to take. Your friend had a choice and chose to live the life that they felt he was meant for. He's happy now. He used it. Was a choice.
Well, somehow doesn't feel any better, but okay. I'm glad.
I'm
that
sorry for your
happy.
loss,
Sure.
for what it's worth.
But besides that, our reality, things have been changing. And I'm assuming that is your doing.
If you mean about your friend,
Not just that.
what else has been
had
changing?
An encounter that we had. People remember it differently than we actually lived.
Oh yes, the large, strange, dragon-looking thing. Yes,
Yes.
your friend was the one that ended it quickly. Were they not?
I believe so.
His path was different. If he wasn't there, then it would be different. He changed his path from a long time ago. But they asked that the people they loved remembered the truth. The old truth. That's why you remember it differently. To everyone else, that's real. Not to you.
It's not lost on me that you haven't answered my question.
Due time.
I think she turns to the group like, I don't know what the fuck else to do.
Also, I will note, Camille, holding this jacket now, you do not feel a space where the fabric has ripped. I just want that on the record.
Yeah, I think she like feels the fabric and is like face, now that she's like turned to the group, feels that it's like patched and like actually perfect, and her face kind of like is a little softer. Okay, wow. Yeah.
Can I have been watching Wisteria just as they were talking about Threadweaver, and can I do some kind of like perception check or something? Like, do I think that she might have this item on her?
Yeah, maybe a perception check. Actually, you have detect magic still up.
Yes.
I would say you do not feel any kind of magic except that, like, kind of what you would know to be the dreaming. Which gives you the sense that, like, Wisteria probably does not have anything tangible on them at this moment.
Okay.
Yeah. So you guys are walking through the portal?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Lark, are you leading? What's the marching order here? Not in a threat way, I'm just nosy.
Side by side with my husband.
Sure. Okay, so Lark and Aelia in the front.
Camille's using Tivia as a shield.
Okay. Perfect.
That's correct.
Tivia's kind of like looking over his shoulder at you, but I think is like between like you and Lark, and he has to stay close to Lark so they're not complaining about it, but there's a little bit of like a...
Sorry.
I'm gonna tell Handsome to sit and stay. I'm not bringing my dog into this shit.
Does Tavia have a sword on them?
Tavia does have a sword.
Okay,
You
then
give Tavia
Luca's
their
walking
sword.
next to Tavia, not because she's scared,
Yeah,
and not because he has a sword.
right.
Sure.
A completely different reason that I can't name right now, but
Yeah. No, that's okay. And Elise, are you taking up the back with Wisteria?
Yeah, I think.
Okay. So, one by one, or I guess 2 by 2, technically, you guys step through this portal. And as, like, everybody except for Elise and Wisteria, whose name I forgot, don't worry about it, have stepped through, there's a moment where Wisteria reaches out and just, like, very gently takes your sleeve, Elise, and just looks at you for a moment and says, "You've been a good servant to her. Good friend. I won't forget that."
Tell her we are having words later, though.
Oh, well, I think you'll have to tell her yourself. And we'll turn and like walk backwards, but give you like a very genuinely like friendly smile as they step through.
As Wisteria steps through, Elisa's just gonna like take her glasses off and go, "Kids, oh my god," and then put her glasses back on and step through.
Yeah, absolutely. Elise, as you step through the portal, it feels like coming home a little bit. And as all of you step through one by one, you find yourself in a forest that looks almost like the one you were just in, but not quite. The trees feel a little darker. The night feels darker. There's less moonlight, and yet somehow still like kind of hazy bluish silver light filters through the trees, but you don't see a moon anywhere. This is a thick forest, much thicker than the one you are around now. And this doorway is still in a tree, but not a willow. It's like a large pine tree. Every now and then as you're walking through, you feel like you can like hear like skittering in the bushes or in the forest, or the rustle of leaves or the snap of a branch, but there's never anything there. And I think as all of you kind of step out into this, Luca, you almost instinctively, almost as if there is like some kind of tether between the two of you, something tells you to look to your right, and you see perched in the tree is that owl. Just watching, looking at you, and almost gives you like a nod, and then like continues to look. You get the sense that this is almost a sentry here. And,
I think
all of you
Luca was
step in.
nervous coming in, and now like what she sees and seeing the owl, she relaxes. It's like, oh
Sure.
shit. All right.
I think, Luca, in the same way that Elise gets this feeling of home, you get a feeling that's not quite home, but it's just shy of it. There is like a warmth and a comfort here. Like just a touch of that like euphoria that you felt earlier manipulating the dreaming. Almost as if the magic and the world around you is so glad that you're here. I'm so happy to see you again. And the rest of you don't feel that. The rest of you walk in and you are
I don't
like,
feel that.
you don't feel, actually, shockingly, you do not feel like you're coming home. I think what you feel, all of you can smell like lavender and like crisp air and like a hint of like pine. And I think what you feel is cold and suddenly very small in this very large forest. And yeah, you guys walk through. Wisteria kind of walks through as well. Lark, your detect magic, your senses are overwhelmed by the magic here, almost like blindingly so for a moment. Everything around you is magic, and it's like the magic of your spell is screaming at you that everything is magic in this moment. And Wisteria walks through, and as they walk through, I think you see that there is like they look almost a little more armored, almost as if they are more tangible in this moment here than they were in the material plane a moment ago. And yeah, Lark, what would you say you're like thinking as you walk through here? What's kind of like the emotional state, the thoughts?
I think Lark is putting together these different like pieces, and like the more pieces they put together, the more like filled with dread they feel, because they can't stop thinking of Oliver disappearing and the butterfly effect of that on the rest of them, and the events that changed, and the way that Wisteria was looking at them, and their hatred for Ambrose, and the knowledge that they are in possession. Someone here is in possession of this item that can erase things, and is just trying to wage this battle with this growing pit of dread and fear in their stomach, and trying, and the harder they like wage this war, the more kind of like unfortunately cold and unfeeling I think their expression becomes.
Back again, little prince, and so full of fear. What would your father say?
I don't like it when you do it like that.
I think as you're like kind of stepping out here, and all of you, I think especially those of you who, except for Lark, so specifically like Luca and Elise, I think what you notice in this moment is there is something tangible moving through the trees in a way that did not exist the last time you were here. Almost like, it almost feels like someone is circling you very slowly in the trees. Not in like a predator way, but a little bit in a predator way.
And since we stepped through and I feel that, can I just really quick like flex my magic and make sure and like see if I can feel that like the spell I cast on my friends is still up?
It
So you
is.
didn't get okay, great.
Yeah, you're good.
Slay.
But I think in this moment, you don't know if that is because you are a friend here, or if that is because, like, yeah. I think there is still a little uncertainty, but your spell is still up.
Great.
Well, we might be about to find out, because if I feel like Lark kind of like stiffen a little bit and get a little bit cold, I'm gonna just kind of like holding their hand, warding bond, and kind of it sends a little like bit of warm magic into their hand.
I think you feel the magic in this place shift to accommodate, and there is a moment where you know it could resist it, and it chooses not to. So your spell goes off.
Okay. Good to know.
And I think as Wisteria kind of steps through this portal, immediately sinks to a knee and bows their head. As my queen, would you like me to stay? Or would you like me to go? And there's kind of a moment. My knight, you are welcome to do whatever it is that you would like. And Wisteria, I think, kind of hesitates and looks at all of you and looks towards the trees and just takes a few steps back. Very clearly, like, allowing this moment this conversation to happen between all of you, but standing guard in it as well. I expect you came here for a reason and not just to stand. Was there something you wanted, little prince?
I need to know what you're going to do with the item you've taken.
Why do you think you've earned that answer?
I can't say I have yet, but that is what I want. So,
Yoke's line, always asking for things you don't deserve. Assuming you'll get it anyway.
and what would I have to
Camille,
do to
lovely
deserve
to
it?
meet you, by the way.
You're talking to me.
I am.
Hello, I'm just sorry. I'm still wrapping my brain around the fact that you are like a breathing entity and not like
I
a
am.
magic. Hi, nice to meet
Hi,
you.
I'm a
Hi.
person, actually.
Yes. Wow. Good to know.
You may
You
call
just
me the
have all this-
dreamer, if you would like.
The dreamer. Sounds
Mhm.
good. And you just have all of this. This is all you over here.
The trees or the magic?
Just this entire place is very just brimming with energy that is just feels very yes.
It is. I mean, it is me, and it's not sort of in the way that the king is the same with the land, but we were separate once. We are like two friends, helping each other along the way. But no, I'm not the dreaming. I'm like a conduit for the dream. But we are separate things.
Interesting. Oh, I think she like has this face of like, wow, looks at Lark's face. Mm.
I know once you were very eager to explore the dreaming, so if you would like, I would allow you to utilize some of the magic here.
Yes, I would love that. I would. We can talk later. Yes, absolutely. I would love that.
I
Of
think,
course.
Camille, in this moment, what you feel is it's almost as if, like, the fabric of this world reaches a hand out to you. And you feel in this moment, like, if you wanted to change something about this environment in a small way or, like, interact with it in some way, you would be able to.
Ooh. Oh, I'd have to figure out how that is.
We can come back to you if you want, but just so you
Yes.
know, you feel like you can manipulate this environment a little bit.
Okay,
Not in
perfect,
large
cool.
ways, but a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah. Elise and Alia, what are you guys up to? And Luca. I know you've been talking a little more, but they're still open.
Luca's walking around. I think she's kind of wandered off, low-key. Like,
Yeah, you're
to
just
the-
leaving.
no, like where the like the things circling them. I don't think she's scared here at all,
You-
really, though.
I think you don't feel threatened in the way that perhaps like Lark and Alia do in this moment. I think you, as you kind of like grow a little bit closer in the trees, I think you see, like, you are able to see the tangible thing that is moving a little bit. It almost looks like this silhouette made of both like that kind of lavender, like silvery mist that you have seen and shadow. And I think the silhouette that you make out is sort of like this, like somewhere between like 5'5" and 6 foot, because the mist is like kind of changing and moving the silhouette, like seemingly like feminine figure, and every now and then like the head turns and you can see like the outline of like a nose and a chin, and like every now and then you catch like what almost looks like it could be a crown or like a strand of hair or a gown. Like you are catching little pieces of this figure that is walking, and the closer you get, you don't feel afraid. And I think you know in this moment that this is the dreamer that you are seeing, even though you could not see them before.
Okay.
Yeah. Elise and Alia, you guys up to anything in here?
I think that Alia is kind of just has planted herself at Lark's side, and is just kind of trying to get the measure of this thing. I think that she's had a lot of information thrown at her in the last like 6 hours.
Real.
And is trying to put all of the like, I think that she's trying to keep kind of a neutral expression, but there is just like puzzlement, because she's hearing a lot of things that don't make sense, but some of them do. Like,
Sure.
This, it's claiming that Ambrose is responsible for this. She sat at a table with her father-in-law. Like, I don't know if I don't. But at the same time, like, you're threatening my boy. That's fucked up. And so I think it's like kind of just sort of trying to feel it out and trying to look for like, I don't know, she's trying to look for like the way through this, because the math isn't mathing right now.
Sure.
So I think that like it's very much her tactician's mind trying to like find another angle for this. But
absolutely, yeah. If you would like to make a check about it, you can make a check about it.
Oh, can I make a check about it?
Make a check about it. What kind of checks do you want to make?
I don't know. That's such a good question. This feels like an insight check to me. This feels like
an insight check.
What's the vibe here? Oh my god, that's a nat 1 for a total of 6.
Oh, babe.
Yeah,
I think in this moment, I think you feel overwhelmed by the scope of how much your perception of the world around you has changed in a matter of hours. And I think like each time you try to like settle on what's happening and sort through it, there is another like crack in the forest. There is a rustle of bushes on the other side. I think like you are just so like your brain cannot catch up quick enough in this moment. If you would like to make a check later, you can. But for the moment, I think
that's I think that she's stuck between all of that information happening while at the same time trying to stay keyed into everything in like guard dog mode. So it's just
absolutely
fucking pointless.
Yeah. Elise, what are you up to?
I think Elise is making a show of looking around. I don't think Elise was asked to watch these people on behalf of the dreaming, and so is trying to be like, wow, I have definitely never been here before in my life. Look how good I'm doing at my job, dreaming. So just
I will say this forest is new to you. You get the sense that maybe the like pond or the like river you've been beside is maybe in the same forest. This is a new area to you. Yeah, but no, absolutely. I think while you're looking around, if at any point you catch Wisteria's eye, I think you see like a smirk on her face a little bit as she watches this show that you're putting on for these people. And it's very quickly smothered, but just kind of looks at you with a knowing like, okay, a little. Actually, at least since you have been here the most, would you like to make me a quick perception check?
Okay. I'll use my gold leaf die because that feels appropriate.
Ew.
You said perception?
Yes, please.
So that is a 16 plus 7 for a 22?
Beautiful.
23. I don't know how numbers work. I don't know if anyone has ever noticed that about me, but
that's real. You could say any number and I would believe you. I think in this moment you notice that like I think you pick up kind of on the same like you feel as if this circling and Wisteria here and the magic, you get the sense they are a little bit on the defensive. When you've been here, it is like warm and welcoming, and it does not feel like that. It feels like people trying to maintain a front of taking anything, when in reality being vulnerable here. And I think the other thing you notice, because that is a good roll, is it's more you feel it than you see it, but you see a little bit like off in the distance, kind of just peeking up from above the treetops, as the trees like sway a little bit in this wind. You think for a moment you almost catch like the spires of a castle and like the turrets and the towers, and then it's like gone in the trees, but you have this like there is this part of you, this feeling in you that is like it's almost like when you are alone somewhere and you hear people you love in another room and there is that pull to go Not strong, not like a save's worth, but you feel like there is life further in, and people further in, and something further in. I think that's what you notice.
Okay, I'm gonna continue my act of like,
Sure.
what a wild place to be in.
Sure. Yeah,
My research
absolutely.
brain is going crazy. But yeah,
Yeah.
I'm also keeping an eye on Luca because also I noticed Luca being like, "Oh yeah, let me wander off," and I'm like, so yeah, that's
Yeah,
what
real.
this is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Amazing.
I think I know what Camille is trying to do.
Sure.
I think she's like brimming with so much excitement. This is something that she's been working almost 2 years on trying to bottle up or just be tangible for her.
Yeah.
So I think like in her caboodle, she probably has like little like dragonfly clips. And I
Mhm.
think like she'll pull one out and kind of like touch all the wings and like the spine of it and like have it kind of come to life.
Mhm.
I think for Camille, the idea of being able to manipulate fabric or clothing or article of things is something that she thinks she can incorporate into an outfit or something that she
Yeah.
could use back home. So I think she's wondering if she like what she wants to do. She uses the dragonfly as a test and she's like, I can use this. I want to bottle this. And so I
Yeah.
think she wants to try and like bottle that. The
Sure. So
manipulation itself.
you kind of hold this dragonfly up, and you, in this moment, as the magic like forms around and waits for your like will to meet it. Hi, Andorra.
Oh, baby.
I think you feel this like it's like the moment right before doing something like exciting, like that catch of breath before adrenaline. Can you make me a Constitution saving throw, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
14.
14. Okay, can you roll me a d6, please?
Yeah. Hold on, I'm gonna use actual dice.
Okay.
I'm gonna use my Camille dice for this. A
If it
4.
helps at all, you get a +2 to
4.
bonus to saving throws if you're close to.
Amazing.
don't
Okay,
know
well
if that
That is
means-
true.
my saving throw was a 16 then.
Okay. So I think in this moment, as you sort of like will it, you watch as like this pin begins to move a little bit and the wings like flutter and like you watch as like bluish purple magic ingrains itself into this pin, into each like line in the delicate veil of its wings and into its eyes and its body, and it flutters. And in like a moment, it's up and it's flying and it's buzzing around your face as if it were real. And I think in this moment, you are filled with this like adrenaline and euphoria and like feeling like everything was feeling seen and loved and home. And like it is just this euphoric moment. And it also the pinnacle of so much of your research, I think, in this moment as this dragonfly zooms around you. Until your next long rest. You gain superior dark vision. You can see through dim, dark, and magical darkness for 60 feet, and the effects of detect magic. And I think you like almost feel this magic open itself up to you more, and you can see between the trees, and you feel that same pull that Elise felt of like life on the other side of this forest, almost as if you can see the people and see the castle, and everything is lit up in bright violet as this magic everything almost seems to scream welcome home to you.
Holy shit. She
Yeah.
grabs her tomb. I think she grabs
Yeah.
her spellbook. And she has a feat that she used for Tivia's coin.
Mhm.
Where I believe you can detect magic, and if she gets a certain thing, she can try and like.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm trying to.
I'm opening up to
Curious
read the wording.
casting. Yeah, I
Yes.
believe is what it is. So as a reaction, you see a spell cast or detect a magical effect within 60 feet of you. You can make an Arcana check to try and identify it. If you
Mhm.
succeed this check by 5 or more, you can also choose to gain the use of this spell so long
Mhm.
as it is of your level you can cast. I don't know if it's going to be of her level that she can cast. Basically, the power to manipulate, she wants to be able to like use that in an outfit.
Sure. I think kind of in this moment with this ability, I think what you feel, and in your study of this magic as well, I think what you know is like, while you are here, now that it has opened itself up to you, you can do this.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think this magic really carries outside of here because so much of this
I
is locked
feared.
away.
Yeah.
I think I think what you believe you have taken from this moment is the ability to study it more and to potentially
Mhm.
one day be able to bring pieces of it. But at this moment, it is so sealed that you
Yeah.
don't think there is any way to take it out. And
I
honestly, I think
figured.
what strikes you in the moment is how kind of fucking crazy it is that Wisteria can use it so well in the material plane.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, as this dragonfly kind of buzzes around, we'll go back to Lark. Lark, how are you feeling? You're like watching your friends kind of wander a little bit and this dragonfly come to life. And all of these like experiences that your friends are having that almost feel like look like they are having a good time. Tell me how you're feeling.
Unfortunately, I think Lark has a little bit too much experience with being around people who are capable of great love and fondness
Mm-hmm.
and seeing that directed towards other people and only experiencing coldness and disappointment.
Mm. Yeah.
And so I think is just sitting in that and is kind of doing the defensive shutting down.
Sure. I think in this moment, you almost hear like the steps in the forest kind of stop a little bit and not like come closer, but like you kind of feel like you've gained its attention for the first time in a not negative way. And I think like I don't think this is a moment necessarily that anybody else here feels, but I think there is almost like a re-evaluating of the situation a little bit. Little Prince, what an odd thing you are.
Oh, you are not the first to say that.
Really? Well, maybe let's say you are different. Let's say you are all the things your father would never want anyone of his line to be. Show me. For a bit. You want to be different, that starts with action. That starts with choice. Make a choice, Lark the Oaks. Make me want to trust you.
And how do I do that here?
I don't know that I can tell you how to make someone trust. All I can say is there is a very long and sordid history with your father and those that I call family. What changes are you making that are different? Why should anyone believe you are different?
I would love to make a choice for you, but as yet I've not really been given the opportunity. I have very little information. Perhaps if you could give me some, and I could make a choice as to what to do with it.
What do you want to know?
I want to know. Why now? I want to know what exactly has been done to you. I want to know what you plan to do in return. I want to know if your plans will endanger, and kind of squeezes Alia's hand a little bit, my family, those who are not like the person you hate so much.
Do you want to know what has been done to me, or to these people, and to this land? Because those are two very different answers.
Respectfully, I have been asked to help find the people, so that takes precedent for me right now.
What do you know of your grandfather?
I don't know.
You don't know shit. I think honestly, in this moment, you have never heard Ambrose. No. Like, honestly, genuinely, you have never heard Ambrose talk about his family at all. Honestly, I think there's maybe a part of you that assumed if anybody could be born in a way that is not the way other people are born, it would be Ambrose.
Yeah. I think this really trips Lark up.
Sure.
If I had one, it would be so long ago. I don't know.
Haven't you ever wondered why a man so obsessed with his legacy never speaks of what came before him?
Are there any like historical records of what came before Ambrose? Because I don't know of anything.
Nope. If there are, you have never even heard that they exist. I think, like, the narrative that you are familiar with in your lessons is that, like, a long time ago, a bunch of, like, archfey decided to come together, led by your father, to make peace and, like, start a new, like, group where, like, Ambrose led and the rest of the archfey were equal and had equal voice, and together they would stand as one and no danger could front. Like, you know of, like, the formation of Everglen today. You don't know why it needed forming or what came before that. And anytime you ask any questions, tutors very quickly move the subject.
I don't know.
Would you like to?
Yes.
A long time ago, these lands were not what they are now. They were not segmented and divided by season, by time. They were all the same, and the land changed as it wanted, and it needed, and so did the people. There was magic everywhere, and anyone could make anything they wanted, and everyone made anything they needed or that the people they loved. And it was beautiful, and harmonious, and loving. And the dreaming wasn't really known as the dreaming then. It was just another thing in the mix, another living, breathing part of the magic that makes up every inch of this planet and these people. And your grandfather, the king, he fell a little too in love with the dream and its potential, and the potential to make it whatever he wanted it to be. And he became so enraptured with the song and the dance of the dreaming that he forgot the balance. And he forgot his kingdom and his people and his family and anything except creating the things that he wanted. And it destroyed this land. And it destroyed these people. And as a result, your father, who had lost a lot, decided that the only way to ensure that no Oaks was ever tempted by the allure of dreaming and creation again was to lock it away and to lock away anybody who refused to see it from his point of view. And so he led the other Fae who believed him out of these lands, out of this castle and this town, and away from the people who stayed. And he used the magic that was left in the land, and he built a giant wall, and he locked it. But he didn't account for the fact that the dreaming is a living, breathing thing. If you dam a river, the river does not go away. And the dreaming called the people. And they could make it from one side of the wall, but they couldn't make it back. Your father decided that was a cost he was willing to pay. And so your father, the dreaming, have been in a war for 2,000 years. And I, and everybody here, have paid the cost for it, because he refuses to see or even think of the idea that perhaps there can be anything different. That is his legacy, whether he likes it or not. That is why he is so afraid of his heirs making a wrong choice, taking a wrong temptation, picking the wrong path. And that is why he is so afraid to love the people around him. And that is why we are here, stuck. So to answer your question, Lark of the Oaks, Threadweaver is a key to a lock that your father forged a long time. And I intend to open it.
I'm sorry. The expression that you made, Grace, really fucking knocked me out.
Let's hear him out. That was great.
I think Alia, who up until this point has just listening, processing, kind of pipes up a bit. If the flow of that magic has been walled away, if the river has been dammed, then what happens to Everglen when that dam is brought down?
All things find balance eventually, Alia.
Sometimes at great cost.
The cost is already great.
What I mean is, one of the last great surges, displacements of magic caused the shattering and changed this galaxy forever.
It is no magic so great as the gods themselves. It is a powerful magic, and a great one, and it will be difficult to contain when it's free. But like all things, all it wants is to not live in a cage. That's all any of us want, really. So, I have trusted you with your answers. What will you do with them?
I don't know.
An honest answer, if not an ideal one. Something I can respect, at the very least.
Do you need anything else to open this lock?
At the moment, I have what I need.
So
Things will change as they always do. It's not the right time. Preparations need to be made. After all, like you said, it will be a great burst of magic. A great freedom granted to many people who've been here long enough that they've forgotten what it feels like. Those preparations are being made. It won't be much longer, but it does take time.
I think Lark looks over to Alia.
Thank you for the trust that you have placed in us by sharing this information alone. As Lark said, we must take time to consider it. It's a lot.
Keep in mind, young queen, my trust once lost does not return. So when you are considering your options, consider that, and the fact that time is running short.
I understand.
Good. Is there anything else you require of me in my realm or of Wisteria, my loyal knight?
I think I look at everyone else.
Did we all hear that?
Yeah.
Damn. Okay.
I think because you are closer to kind of the boundary that the dreamer can't cross, Luca, I think you kind of felt like a little more warmth in the tone, and I think you can feel like a little bit of the fear radiating throughout the forest as you're here. But you don't feel threatened where you are. In fact, I think you kind of get the sense that very few other people would be allowed to be as close to that boundary as you are right now. Just something to
I can see the dreamer.
You can
So
see that
some-
kind of hazy like silhouette that seems to
misty.
shift a little bit. Yeah.
I think she's just been watching it the whole time and
Yeah.
then kind of like looks back to see what everyone else is doing.
Sure.
Camila has an empty perfume bottle that she was trying to like grab some of the smog of the fog. Oh. There we go. Sorry, you guys froze for me for a second. And she froze when she was like listening in on the conversation.
Make me a persuasion check.
Oh, sure. She's like, I'm taking something with me. Okay, that's a 15.
A 15, I think you managed to just kind of get a few like wisps of this kind of like lavender mist into this bottle and cork it. You're not sure how much it'll hold up, but for the moment it's in there. And you get the sense that again, like the magic as this breathing thing allowed itself to come with you.
She puts that into her caboodle.
Yeah, absolutely.
Closes the top and kind of walks over to where Lark and Alia are standing. Were there any other questions that we wanted answered, or did we want to go?
If this wall is unlocked, the people stuck here, will they be free?
Yes. For the first time for some of them, in many hundreds of years, they will be free. Some may choose to stay, but many are eager to rediscover what's left of their homes and family, myself included.
Can I look at how is like Tavia taking all of this?
I think Tavia is sort of lurking in the back, and I think what you see more than anything, there is like an awestruck wonder and a visceral fear of someone who is out of their element. I think what you've like, the way that Tavia is postured, I think you recognize as someone who is trying to make themselves as small and unnoticeable as possible and trying to drink in every detail as much as possible. But like, it's very much, it's probably honestly the most you have ever seen Tavia acknowledge that he is not helpful here unless you need to stab something. And so they are just like, the shoulders very taut, not comfortable. But there is a fascination there too. Just a little bit. Yeah.
Then I have much to consider.
Seems like you do. If you need me, you know where to find me. Just call, and I'll come to you in your dream. A word of advice, if I may, to all of you. Do not indicate to the false king that you have been here and spoken to me and considered. Because if you think for a moment you are above ending up right here, you're mistaken.
Thank you for the warning,
You're welcome.
Your Majesty.
I will accept your majesty if you are willing to give it, but I understand it is a complicated honorific for you to give.
I heard the word queen, so I wasn't sure if that was your.
I am queen, and I will accept that. Thank you.
Sure. Oh, I think that is everything. Oh, are we all good?
Let's go home.
Sure.
I think as you kind of turn to go, Wisteria, who was still kind of standing off to the side, will just like look at each of you, and there's like the concern is a lot more apparent there, but there is like a guarded nature that tells you she is trying very hard to trust you in the way the dreamer has distrusted you. And I think as Wisteria makes eye contact with you, Luca, and you, Elise, there is a much more sure nod. And
Luca
you
just
are welcome.
smiles.
Sure.
I think
Yeah.
she's gonna wave as she leaves.
Kind of like cocks her head at you a little bit, but not in an unfriendly way. Just in a like, huh, kind of way.
That's
And
real.
yeah. Are all of you stepping
grabs
back
the
out
arm, puts it down. Just
of
look back.
are all of you stepping back out of this portal? Yeah, you can absolutely do so. You step back through this door and you find yourself once again in the very still night air. Wisteria does not follow behind, and so with that same like creaking and cracking, you watch as like the magic gives way to tree bark and it all reforms, and then with like a kind of a little like thud that you more feel than you hear, it sets itself again, and all that is left is that very faint and quickly fading little outline. And you are back in the oaken court. Everything outside appears perfectly normal and fine.
Didn't that feel really good?
Hate to admit it, but yes, it did.
Right. Like, I'm so sorry about your whole family situation. I really had no idea about any of that. And it seems
very
like
tense.
you didn't know any of that, and that's crazy. And I just if
I
you need
got-
support or anything, we're all like here for you.
I think that maybe we should all turn in for the evening and take some time to process, if that's all right with everyone.
We just slept. I just took a nap. I'm not going to be able to go to sleep for
Luca,
the next
I
like
think
10 hours.
that we just need a bit of time.
Oh, you do. Okay. No,
I want to talk in private. I want to talk
Um,
in private. Understood.
Everybody,
Of course.
everybody, make me a real quick perception check.
21.
Nat
29.
20!
Nat 20, 29.
Hey, dirty 20.
Only a 14.
14, that's okay. At least, I think you probably don't notice this, but you are pretty overwhelmed by all of the things that just happened. And I
Yeah.
think that you, in the back of your mind, feel a little bit like the door is still open to you, almost as if the dreamer can sense that you want to have a conversation and is letting you know, like, I am here, but I'm not listening. And I think in this moment, that's kind of what fills your mind. The rest of you maniacs who rolled so crazy, I think you notice that, like, it doesn't feel like you are returning at the time that you thought you would be. And, like, it's still late in the evening, but you are starting to hear, like, the very beginning of, like, birdsong. The sky is not brightening, necessarily, but you get the sense that, like, you are much closer to sunrise than you were when you went in. My nat 20. Who got the nat 20?
Me!
My nat 20, you get the sense that while you are in there for maybe like 30, it was hard to tell the pass of time, maybe 30, 45, you have been gone for about 3.5 to 4 hours from the material plane.
Whoa.
Probably closer to 4, but yeah.
Shit.
And I think with your not, because that is a nat 20, that's crazy. I think in this moment it strikes you just how difficult it must be with your, you were in the doorway of the dreaming, just how difficult it must be for the people locked in there if time passes that different.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the morning. Okay.
It's getting there, yeah. So that was normal.
What does that?
I don't really know
means
what to
you're-
say about that.
It's
You
the
mean
first
don't
time you
go to
haven't
it?
known what to say. That's
Yeah.
crazy.
That is honestly kind of true.
Mm.
Would have thought pirate kings would be more prepared for such adventures, but clearly not.
I've done some weird shit, don't get me wrong. That was a lot.
Okay, so we're all gonna go off then? We're not gonna debrief about that
Debrief?
whole thing? You guys just want to go
No.
to bed?
I'm not going to be able to sleep. Do we not want to have a conversation? We can have breakfast. Oh my god.
It is
Speaking of
like the morning.
Yeah, we should do
Can
that.
I-
We should have breakfast.
How's Lark doing on a scale of bad to worse?
Lark is doing 1,000-yard stare into the grass.
Okay. I think that Alia is like, if we want to set a time to meet for breakfast in a few hours, I think that would be wonderful.
Oh,
I think we just need to take a little while.
Of private time. This is you saying you need private time to get
Yes, Luca,
them to
thank you.
talk.
Yes.
Sure. That's great. I'll put an order in for like parfaits and mimosas so we can.
Ooh, like a bottomless one.
Right.
Okay, cool.
Sure.
That sounds perfect. Thank you all.
Cool. Yes. Again, very, very sorry to hear about everything. And we've come here together. We're going to see it through together. I don't want what happened in there. I know some of us got a bit distracted. It's just a lot overwhelming, but we are here together. See it through together. Don't want you to feel alone in this.
Yeah, could you imagine if Lark went in there by himself?
I know you wanted to go by themselves. Why would they do that? Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I didn't nap before. I was too busy being nosy in the drawers. So we should probably go break apart so I can take a nap. That'd be great for me.
Pirate nap.
We'll see you all in a few hours.
Pirate nap, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Great. Yeah.
Camille
Kinda.
stuffing the coat into her caboodle. Like, not.
I got
Yeah.
my dog on a leash in one hand, and I got my husband on the other, and then my husband's pirate on a leash in that other hand, and we're gonna turn it around and go.
Freak on a leash, Your Honor.
Yep.
Yeah.
Walking like a dog, sis.
Absolutely. Yeah, you guys can start heading back. I'm assuming Largalia Tabia are probably going to your quarters. And by Tabia, I mean to his room, not to your quarters. Where's everybody else going? I'm nosy.
I think I'm gonna hang out with Luke because I feel like
Sure.
the two of them are like wanting to debrief.
Love that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Elise, where are you going, babe?
I'm just gonna go take a nap at my desk.
Real. Good for you. Like a normal nap or like a talking to the dreamer nap?
No, like we're gonna have a chat kind of nap.
Okay.
Time for a
okay.
chat.
Got a text.
Go ahead.
From the dreamer. Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sorry, Camille and Luca, are you just gonna go hang out? Are you going anywhere specific?
Oh my god, you should come over to my house. I'm fighting with my sisters right now, but it doesn't matter
God.
because then if I bring like a friend over in the early morning,
Right.
I just think and we can chat and I need to get some stuff from my
It'll
room anyways.
Smooth it over. Not
Yeah.
to be nosy, but to be nosy. Why are you fighting?
Because Georgie thinks that she's in charge of everything and she's not. But she kind of is,
No.
but she's but
Not of
know,
you.
Not
You're
of
your
me.
own person.
I'm
Of
my own
course.
person, exactly, and I'm trying
Exactly.
to prove myself, and I'm doing it, and I honestly feel really bad about the whole thing, actually, especially after talking to that person that was in my head, the dreamer
Prove yourself.
queen.
Wait a minute. I'm so
Yeah.
sorry. Prove yourself to who?
That I can do things by myself.
Of course you can.
I'm
Luca,
trying
you
to
got a title by. Well, you got a title by yourself, right? You became this. What is it? The stewardess of Amber.
they
So
they did kinda help me with that, but no, you're
Oh,
right,
did
like,
they?
it's
Oh,
my title, they're not doing the
it is
job,
yours.
and I haven't gotten
Exactly.
fired yet, but who knows,
Exactly.
that might be
You're
coming,
making moves.
so,
No,
um,
no, 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 no. We have a lot to talk about.
let's
Yes,
go.
I would love
We
to come
should
to
go.
France. Let's yeah.
Amazing. As you guys are kind of walking off, we will stick with Elise. Elise, my love, how you doing? Tell me about how you're settling down for the dream. Tell me about how you are calling upon the dreamer in this moment as I change the music back to the dreaming music.
I think Elise kind of gets to her desk and just kind of like leans back in her chair and kind of puts her head back, like almost like she's trying to like fall asleep on an airplane,
Real, yeah.
like very much not comfortable, but like we're gonna make the best of it, and still feels that connection kind of open, and so almost like picking up a phone in her brain, kind of like releases that and sends like a all right, I'm waiting, do your thing, to the dreamer.
I think you don't even necessarily like have the experience of walking through a door. I think you just like lay your head down and there's that moment where your brain goes like fidget, you know what I mean? Or like this is wrong or whatever. And you like go to move and you realize you're not at your desk. You realize you are in the glade and you hear like the babbling of the river beside you and the soft breeze. And you realize you have slipped into a dream like that. Like you've been doing it your whole life.
Are you unhappy with me, Elise?
I have some qualms, I would say, yes.
All right, well, if you would like to address them, I'm all ears.
And I think in this moment, you kind of noticed the same thing that Luca did earlier, where like there was a more tangible presence in the area around you. It's like it's still a little bit of a distance from you, but you can feel that there is more person here.
Did you call Luca here on purpose, or was that just a crazy happenstance?
A bit of both, I think. She's been looking for answers about me for a long time, and unknowingly and not on purpose, knocking on a door for a long time, and I just opened it, and she walked through.
So you opens the door and she walked through. That is lovely. I have a problem that sometimes people can't stop walking through the door when it is opened. And I kind of
I
have
know.
affection for Luca, and I would prefer if she stayed here where she is safe for the most part.
Elise, the thing that calls people to come to me, it's not me. It's the dreaming itself. Truth be told, I don't have that kind of strength. Even if I wanted to, even with the dreaming at my side and giving me power. And even if I could, I have no intention of calling Luca here. As much as she may want the things that are here, some of them, and the things that are here may want her, I would not subject someone so kind and so full of life and love to this world. And that would be true for everyone here if I had control over it.
Good. Because I hope you and the dreaming know that if anyone is forced to come here who I care about, I will tear this place apart, hand by hand. I don't care what it takes, I will do it. I've broken those for dreaming already. Don't think I won't break those to the dreaming as well.
I would never doubt you like that, Elise. Truth be told, I think you should be more concerned of Luca accidentally stumbling in here than the reverse. Her search, she may not want to admit it, but her sisters are right. The dreaming can be dangerous. Looking for it, prying into it, can be dangerous. And truthfully, perhaps I opened the door in the hopes that some answers would keep her from walking too far in her search.
You and I are at a disadvantage in that we both have forgotten what it is like to be young.
That is true. Yes. Are you all right, Elise?
I don't know. Frankly, I don't.
I am not ignorant to the pressure that is on you in this moment and in this circumstance, and I don't think I say enough how grateful I am to you.
Well, a way to show your gratefulness might be to stop judging my friends by the circumstances of their birth. Just because Luke is Crown Lord does not mean he is his father. They are an incredible person, and frankly, I think you were rude. And I would like you to apologize to Locke next time.
I was wondering when that was going. I don't mean to judge a son for their father's crime. You must understand, I have to be wary of anyone willing enough to stand by him that they would allow their sister to go. Even if it came from a place of love, it was still allowing Ambrose to do what he wanted at a great cost. And I must be wary of anyone willing to make that sacrifice, Elise, for my people.
I can appreciate wariness, and I can appreciate caution. I cannot appreciate asking someone to make a sacrifice like that and assuming their intentions.
Perhaps I am biased from my standpoint. It's just Ambrose took everything from me. Everything, Elise. And I struggle not to be guarded against anyone who stands aside while he takes things from others. That's all. But I have trusted them with a large amount of information because you trust him and Luca trusts them. And because I know what trying looks like when I see it. I cannot promise I will hold great affection for the prince. I am giving him a chance. And that's all I can afford to give right now.
Good.
Is there anything else you'd like to speak about being cross with me for? While we're here.
Why is... Let me pull my notes so I don't talk out of my ass real quick. Why is Wisteria's name in the book about Threadweaver twice?
Because she owned it twice. It slipped from her grasp once, to no fault of her own. But
Slipped
it came back.
into... I see. So it is a line of succession.
Of sorts. More a list of owners on the inside of a book page.
Nice. And what form is it in right now?
Currently, I believe it's a blade.
Interesting.
Styria was quite startled by the large Jabberwock that followed her out.
Set. Would you do me a favor then?
I'm a bit wary to know what you're about to ask, considering the dressing down I just received, but I will at least hear it.
If and when it changes form, I would like to know.
I will do my best.
Great.
Is there a reason why? Out of curiosity.
Because I think a weapon like that. It is going to choose a form, or at least influence the wielder into a form that is most appropriate. If there is a close encounter with a Jabberwock, it of course makes sense to be a sword. If there is something coming from a long way away, a longbow is good, and if there is something dangerous and perhaps intangible afoot, a magic staff is a very good weapon to have.
Well, if it helps your analysis, please, it will be a staff when I wield it.
Interesting. Alright. Are you going to apologize to Locke?
We'll see what he does with the information. But if they prove me wrong, perhaps.
Alright. I think Elise is gonna kind of soften a lot. Hey, my guy? Please. Sorry, there's been a coyote in the backyard. It's Fig's Fairy. What do chickens dream about? I'm sorry, I know that is very off topic, but I cannot stop thinking about this question. I know that they do when they are not in Everclan, but...
You never fail to surprise me, Elise. You know that. And I mean that as a compliment. I do. You remind me very much of someone that I loved very much. That I still love, but is far from me. Truth be told, I'm not entirely certain what chickens off of Everglen would dream about, as the dreaming really only is involved with Everglen magic. However, a chicken or two in my time, in my many years here, has wandered into the dreaming.
Huh?
And in my experience, it's a long line of birds.
Nah. I guess the question is only then, where does the birdseed lead?
Maybe somewhere where it could be allowed to fly.
Alright. I apologize? No, I don't. I regret the dressing down I gave you. I think I am in the right, and I will not apologize.
I respect your passion, Elise. And I mean that in a genuine way and not in a condescending way.
I know.
Would you like the same dream as last time? Or something different?
I miss him. Yes.
I know. Sometimes I wish I could give myself the dreams of people I miss too. If nothing else, it is good to be able to give people I care about reminders of the people they love too.
Then yes. I will take the usual, please.
Anything else before I send you off to a nice beach?
No. I think I have asked enough of you today.
Good night, Elise. I'll see you very soon.
Good night.
And in this moment, as you kind of feel your consciousness recede from this this glade and the dreamer and all of the worries, and as you fade into a beach with someone you love and peaceful water and a beautiful, calm, sunny day and a breeze. That's where we're going to end today. Thank you so much for joining us for today's Tales from the Archives Reverie. Don't forget, we will be back here in exactly a week from today, which is so exciting.
Thank God.
We're getting into it, folks. Thank you so much for being here. And I hope you have a great holiday season, and we'll see you in exactly 7 days.
Whoa.
Until then, sweet dreams.
Bye.